pilot study, we hope that its finding will help us recommend policies to Kenya to strengthen the learning and socialization of Kenyan children and thus improve their prospect as young adults. Your Excellency, economic growth and large investment projects are important. However, ultimately, a government is judged by how well it improves the economic and social well-being of every citizen. Kenya has made a significant stride. In the last 20 years, average household income per person increased from $2.24 to $3.50 per day. That is an important improvement. Access to electricity, clean cooking fuels, safe drinking water, and improved sanitation rose by 37 percentage points to 60% on average. Again, important progress. The share of children not stunted improved from 70 to 80%. These are important progress. Yet, frankly, for a country of Kenya's stature, this record is disappointing. In household income, childhood nutrition, basic services and learning, Kenya trails Vietnam, which used to trail Kenya by far, and at par is broadly comparable to Ghana. And Kenya can do better. Suppose Kenya aims to reach Singapore's current levels in these 4 indicators of economic well-being, and by its centenary, 2063. Is this as implausible as many Kenyans assume? Is it that difficult? You should give up. In my view, Kenya can reach or surpass 3 of the 4 goals. First, the remaining cases of stunting are concentrated in the south areas. With concerted action, stunting could be virtually eliminated within 10 years. That I'm confident of. I recognize it may be more appropriate to use the broader measure of public health as indicators of Kenyan well-being, but for this purpose, that I chose the stunting to highlight the plight of these underprivileged in those areas. That's why this indicator was chosen. Second, Kenya's harmonized test score, HTS, a globally accepted measure of learning, was 26% below Kenya's level last year. Sorry, Singapore's level last year. To close this gap by 2063, annual improvement of only 0.63% is needed. This is achievable if Kenya continues to improve the quality of primary and secondary education. It's doable. The third, in Singapore, access to basic services is universal. But only about 60% in Kenya. It is still a big gap. Reaching 100% by 2063 would require annual growth of 1.3%. This is also achievable. It is achievable because access to clean cooking fuel is the weakest area in the core of those services, but new technologies could expand this access very rapidly. So it's certainly doable. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the fourth target, that is to raise the average household income to Singapore's level, is much, much harder. This would require income per person to grow by more than 10% per year for 35 years. That is a very tall order. So what should Kenya do? So Kenya must accelerate economic growth first. It should tighten fiscal policy, increase investment in infrastructure, on essential services, and bring public debt under control. It must also continue to support private enterprises. Reliance on private sector has been the hallmark of Singapore's development. These are the basics that has to continue. But even if this is done, without additional impetus, growth is likely to hit a plateau in Kenya. Over the last several decades, most middle-income countries have failed to cross the high-income level threshold. And this is the phenomenon known as the middle-income trap. It's hard to cross the high-income threshold. And Kenya will face an additional challenge. International trade has become less predictable. Support for many UN agencies has weakened, and development assistance, ODA, has fallen sharply. So it is more difficult. Against these headwinds, Kenya would do well to achieve and sustain annual per person income growth of 5%. Kenya would do well, 5% growth. If we assume population to grow by 1% per year, this translates to growth of GDP, the economic measures as a whole, of about 6.5% a year. If achieved, this would be a remarkable, if it's achieved, yes, a remarkable achievement indeed, if it could be done. But reaching Singapore's current income level requires another 5 percentage point income growth every year. That's hard. In other words, Kenya needs a quantum leap to a substantially higher growth trajectory. This requires bold and transformative change. Kenyan flower, thank you. The Kenyan flower industry is an example. It illustrates the transformative change we are looking for. By adopting new floriculture technologies and faster global transport network, the flower industry became most competitive globally and achieved a huge growth in its revenue. So there is an example of a Kenya needs similar transformative changes throughout its economy and society. What could bring the transformative changes we desire? Answers to this question should emerge from the national dialogue and the work of committee of experts that I hope the President will constitute. At this stage, I would offer a few observations. First, AI, artificial intelligence, will no doubt transform economies and societies, many aspects of it. But now, at this stage, we do not yet know exactly how they will transform. So this is an area that we should draw on leading global experts as Kenya develops a new vision. Second, Kenyans could become among the world's most entrepreneurial, hardworking, and competitive people if their children's productive attributes are fully nurtured. In my view, this requires a review of the formal education system in Kenya now. The scope of education and learning should be expanded beyond cognitive skills to include broader self-management and other capabilities in Kenya education that have been done. Third, inequality in Kenya is high. Kenya is an unequal economy. The poorest 20% of Kenyans receive only 5% of national income, whereas the richest 20% receive one half. Richest 5%, 20% of income, poorest 5%, only 5%. Narrowing this imbalance would raise income of ordinary household and bring Kenya closer to the income growth trajectory to Singapore we are looking for. Three possible remedies deserve considerations this inequalities. One is to increase government support to people in need of help. In Singapore, the government transfers about $7,300 per person per year. In Kenya, guess how much? $220. Kenya can increase this amount. The other possible remedy is to embrace small, informal enterprises rather than dismissing them. Professor Charles Piot, my colleague and I, conducted a study of informal enterprises in Kenya, Ghana, and Nigeria. The study shows informal enterprises can grow fast, especially when owners' informal characters are combined with they do not necessarily need subsidized government loans. Privately financed microfinance can work well. Inequality should be a central element of the national consultation. Finally, corruption damages the economy and weakens the social fabric. Curbing corruption will be a truly transformative for Kenya. Kenyans often say that government tolerates corruption, and public officials are rarely prosecuted. I agree, where there is sufficient evidence, those responsible must be brought before the courts. But citizens also have an important role to play. When citizens witness or learn of corruption, they can expose them through social media. As we saw 2 years ago, social media movements can be a powerful force for accountability. So Kenyan citizens should take active role in curbing corruption as well. I welcome the conflict of interest law and electronic procurement system that was introduced as part of broader governance reforms supported by the World Bank. Priority now is to enforce those measures fully and consistently, and citizens should help by staying vigilant and demanding accountability. To conclude, the national consultation launched today will be a major asset to setting the stage for transforming Kenya to a first world economy. In this speech, I've highlighted 4 themes for the national consultation: childhood learning, support for the poor, micro-business development, and the fight against corruption. I'm confident that other important ideas will emerge through this national process. Ladies and gentlemen, Raila dreamed of a new Kenya where ordinary citizens enjoy a decent life and look to the future with full of hope. His dream, Raila's dream, was to empower young Kenyans to live their dreams. Your Excellency, you shared the Raila's dream and had a deal with them. And that deal is a new vision. Your Excellency, you have triggered the curiosity of Kenyans. Stay the course to the end, please. And to the people of Kenya, remember this: Singapore is reachable. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to Professor Hiroiki Hino. I believe you'll probably shake hands with the president there. He's worked and advised the president as a deputy then, and now he's here to lend just some we can look to what we can do as a nation. Beg your pardon for that. And the conversation continues and will be coming to you as I believe we have people following us online and on radio and on television, and this is a conversation as much for you as it is starting for us here, convened in this meeting.
Kwa wasioelewa sana alichokitamka ndugu yangu, anasema kwamba ni mazungumzo ya kitaifa ambayo tayari yameanza na yataendelea. Hapa tupo katika ukumbi huu wa KICC, lakini mazungumzo haya yanaendelea kwenye mitandao ya kijamii. Nimechungulia nikaona live handle ya X ya Mr. President is live. Haucheki nao? Wapi makofi kwa X handle ya Mr. President jamani? Wako macho, wako na sisi sana, na nikajuzwa pia handles zote za afisi zote za Ikulu pia ziko live, na ndo ulimwengu ambao tunawishi, ulimwengu wa kileo. Nataka tujishebedue kidogo, tunyoshe misuli kidogo, manake tunajua kwamba upande wa nyuma umri umesonga, miguu kidogo inaanza kufaganzi, si ndio? Kuna mtu hapa nikimwambia nyanya mkuu Kabogo, sinaangalia hivyo, kimguu akijaanza kufaganzi. Mheshimiwa Kabogo, hebu fanya hivi kidogo. Niliwaambia ona ameshindwa. Najua miguu imekufaganzi kidogo, kwa hiyo nataka tusimame tuweze kujishebedua, lakini kidogo niwakumbushe hili. Kitu ambacho kinanifurahisha sana kuwepo kwenye jukwaa hii leo hii, nilipokuwa mtoto mdogo, mamangu ndo huwa anaelezea hiki kisa, kwamba nikiwa na umri kama miaka 6 vile, nilimwambia mamangu ninataka kuwa mtangazaji siku moja. na nikamwambia mama, natamani nisiwe mkubwa kama wewe kwa kuwa sitatoshea ndani ya redio. I'm happy mmenielewa. What does that mean? Kwamba kipindi hicho ningeulizwa, Melody Sinzore, unataka kuwa mtangazaji, tukusaidieje siku za baadaye uwe mtangazaji? Ningesema nataka mtengeneze redio kubwa ambayo nitatoshea ndani. Si mmenielewa? Ndio kitu tunachokifanya leo. Tunatengeneza kesho na kesho kutwa ya watoto wetu na wajukuu wetu wenye ndoto tofauti tofauti. Tuwatengenezee mazingira mapya na mema katika taifa hili. 2030 imetufikisha hapa, lakini tuna hatua za mbele za kuendeleza. Kati yetu najua yupo mwanamuziki ambaye anatutumbuiza, lakini kwa wasiojua, najua pia media houses tayari zinapeperusha matangazo haya moja kwa moja. Na wanauliza huyu Melody Sinzore ni mtangazaji kutoka wapi? Ni mtangazaji wa Radio Citizen FM. Chemichemi ya ukweli, stesheni nambari... mmesema wenyewe. Stesheni nambari... Asanteni sana. Mabibi na mabwana, wachumba wanaopendana na wanaovumiliana, wanaotafuta wachumba, wanandoa na wanandoa watarajiwa, kwa pamoja naomba tumkaribishe the one and only Guardian Angel kwenye wimbo wake Kenya.
Asante. DJ. Mheshimiwa Rais, Daktari William Samoei Ruto, Deputy President, Professor Abraham Kithure. Mimi naitwa Guardian Angel ama Waingo. Ni msanii. Katika uchezaji wa mpira usually sisi wale tunakaa nje ndio tunasemanga angepiga hivi ama angefunga namna hii ama huyu mtu anatuuza. Lakini ukiwekwa ndani ya kiwanja ndio utajua kumbe ile kiwanja ni kubwa. Si ni kweli? Kwa hiyo leo Mheshimiwa Rais, nakushukuru sana kwa sababu ya kuturuhusu tuwe na mazungumzo na wewe pia, na kuturuhusu kwamba sisi kama wananchi tuje pamoja kwa ajili ya kuzungumzia ujenzi. Kwa sababu nchi yetu ya Kenya ni kubwa sana, haiwezi kujengwa na mtu mmoja. Kwa hiyo asante sana kwa kuturuhusu tuwe na mazungumzo. Hata Biblia inasema Mungu ilifika wakati akasema njooni tusemezane. Kwa hiyo tunakushukuru sana kwa kuturuhusu kusemezana ili tuweze kujenga taifa. Sasa nataka tu sisi wote, kila mtu ainue mkono ya mwenzake, mwambie tushikane mikono tujenge Kenya. Asante. Tushikane mikono tujenge Kenya. Akina mama hoye, vijana hoye, akina mama hoye, vijana hoye, wananchi wote, viongozi wote, tushikane mikono tuijenge Kenya. Tuungane sote, wananchi wote, viongozi wote, tushikane mikono tuijenge Kenya. Tuungane sote tuijenge. Wanaolala tutoke kwa vitandao, akina mama tufunge maleso, tusiwatukane viongozi kwa mitandao. Let's take a step ya kuleta mabadiliko. Wale wanatoka ghetto wote na wale wa town, wale wanatoka village wote na wale wa mtaa, uptown, downtown, round town. Kenya ni nchi ya Mungu, tushikane mikono tuijenge Kenya. Kenya ni nchi ya Mungu. Aya, shika mkono ya jirani. Viongozi wote tushikane mikono tuijenge Kenya. Wananchi wote, viongozi wote tushikane mikono tuijenge Kenya. Asante sana. Ambia jirani yako tuijenge Kenya. Tujenge Kenya. Asante. Listen. When we say respect Kenya, show love to Kenya, peace, love and unity in our lovely land Kenya. Kenya is a land we go to love it and protect it. Tukizika tunajizika. When we say respect Kenya, show love to Kenya, peace, love and unity in our lovely land Kenya. Kenya is a land we go to love it and protect it. Tukizika tunajizika. Akina mama boy, oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Akina mama boy, niweke tu makofi namna hii pole pole. Asante sana. Akina mama boy, akina mama boy, sema tujenge Kenya. Twende tujenge Kenya. Kila mtu twende. Tujenge Kenya. Asante.
Mashallah, asante. Naomba tuketi jamani, asanteni sana kwa heshima hiyo. Naomba tuketi, asanteni sana. Ndugu yangu Mark, kama uko karibu, ndugu yangu Mark, kama uko karibu, karibia kaka mwenye upara huyo.
Everyone is accommodated, wanao vipara, wale wanao wamebarikiwa na nywele. This is an inclusive conversation. So, asante sana, Melody. Now, ladies and gentlemen, speaking of an inclusive conversation, we just want to start it off. It's not conclusive, it's inclusive. And it's not thorough in the sense we are not ending it here, we're just starting. And for that, I'd like to call on Julie Gishuru, ladies and gentlemen, who will be steering that conversation. As she stands by, we'll put some things into context in terms of the journey that has been on the screens that are around this room, and I'm sure those following us from home will be able to follow this. It is just a true testimonial from wananchi ambao wengi wao hawako hapa, but they have had the impact of the journey that we've had so far. And right after that, Julie Gishuru will be taking stage to steer the conversation that starts today. Asante sana.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. How are we doing? Siski? How are we doing? Tuko hapa kujenga Kenya. Kujenga nchi yetu. I want us to reflect for a moment, and we're going to have a video on just now. But just before the video plays, I want you to ask yourself a few questions. What is Kenya? Think about it. To you, what is Kenya? The other question I want you to ask yourself, how many nations enable their people to come together in a collective conversation on who we are and who we seek to become? How many nations? Our neighbors in Africa, around the world? How many nations give voice to the citizen in the way we are about to? And so please reflect on that. A video will play and I'll come right back on the stage. Thank you.
Please, studio, let's have the video. Naonekana studio yetu hawajafikisha Vision 2060. Twende kazi.
question anyone has asked about Kenya this year, because in 1960, a small island with no oil and no land asked exactly the same thing. They moved a nation of villagers into high-rise flats. People carried their chickens up the stairs because nobody gives up a life on the word of a government. 60 years later, Singapore is the richest country in Asia. It still has no oil. It refines everybody else's. In 1965, a Kenyan and a South Korean earned the same money, $110 a year each. Today, the Korean earns $36,000. The Kenyan earns $2,400. China passed us, Vietnam passed us, Bangladesh passed us, Ghana passed us. Vision 2030 promised a middle-income country by the end of this decade. 4 years out, the government's own verdict is one word. So a plan for 2060 must survive a harder question than economics. Why trust the future to people you do not yet trust with the present?
Hiyo maneno ya Vision 2060 is a con.
The critics are not a footnote in this film. They are half of it.
National development must never be left to chance or short-term politics.
A charter written by Kenyans, built to outlive whoever is in State House, but paper is only paper. What does it look like on a Tuesday morning? 5 million people, 12 million journeys a day, a road network designed for a town. 30 kilometers underground, 25 stations, Eastlands to town in the time it takes to finish a phone call. Nairobi first drew this line in 1948, and again in 1972, and again in 2014. This time it is cabinet approved, county approved and priced. 1 trillion shillings. We are growing the wrong way. Outward, plot by plot, eating the farmland that feeds us, then running a road, a sewer and a power line to every plot. One sewer serving 50,000 people instead of 500. Housing and food security are not competing for the same land. They are competing for the same decision. Living is the simplest test there is, a tap that works, a roof that is yours, a clinic in walking distance that has the medicine, a school where the teacher has been paid. The levy has taken 212 billion shillings off Kenyan payslips. By the government's own count, 8,367 homes are finished. That gap is not an accounting error, it is the whole argument. Africa's most famous slum, taken down block by block and rebuilt on the same ground for the same people. 10,000 people in Zone C and D were given 13 days and 60,000 shillings to move. The building is the easy part. The question is simpler and harder. Who gets the keys? For 60 years, farming here has been a bed placed twice a year on rain. 1 million acres under irrigation is not a poem. It is a decision about whether we eat what we grow. Galana Kulalu has been announced and re-announced since Vision 2030 was young. Here is the thing we keep apologizing for. We have no oil, our neighbors do. Singapore has no oil either. You do not need the resource, you need the position, the port, and the people. We have all three, 700,000 barrels a day. The crude, our refinery, sold back to the region and onward to the world. A duty-free port and 60,000 jobs if the promise holds. There's one thing we have never needed a plan for. The best in the world at running on dirt roads in borrowed shoes with no system at all. Imagine what happens when we build one. Sport is not a medal, it is a pitch in every ward. So the next one is found on purpose instead of by accident. 11 months, the stadiums are not finished. Nigeria turned Afrobeats into an export. South Africa did it with Amapiano. We had the talent. What we never had was an industry, a studio in the estate where you already live, and a royalty statement that is not zero, because a country that cannot pay its artists doesn't have a creative economy. The same bill that promises artists their royalties also carries the power to take content down. Half of us are under 20. By 2050, there will be 85 million of us in cities that have not been built yet. Every one of those pictures is a decision someone has to make, not a dream, a decision with a budget line and a name on it. They laughed at Singapore too, then they visited. It turns out you can build a country and still keep the chicken. You just have to decide to.
What Kenya do we choose? And we get to talk about it. We get to talk about it. If you remember the 80s, how many remember the 80s? Let's see hands. Single party rule, right? We pushed for multi-party democracy. We went into the 90s. We achieved multi-party democracy. We started the push for a new constitution. And we pushed and pushed together as a country. And then we hit the early 2000s and we formed the Bomas process and the CKRC, the Constitution of Kenya Review Commission. I say this because so many young people don't know where Kenya has come from. The Constitution of Kenya Review Commission spent years at Bomas of Kenya in Lang'ata, taking the views of Kenyans from all over the country, through their representatives, through civil society, spoke and spoke and spoke, and argued and argued and argued, and debated and dialogued. And we got our first draft, which did not pass the scrutiny of Kenyans. Do we remember? It did not pass the scrutiny of Kenyans because it was taken back to Kenya. And then we went back to the drawing board. And then we had a new constitution. 2010, was it? But Vision 2030 had already been birthed. And now we get to birth a vision under our new constitution. And many a time we are frustrated in Kenya. But how often do we stop to say, thank you, Lord, for a country where we can push for what we want. And for that, before I invite our panel, I want to ask us to celebrate our country and ourselves in ululation. I am so proud of being Kenyan because of processes like this. Ladies and gentlemen, leo we are all wananchi. Your Excellency, today we are all citizens. Is that okay? Thank you so much. Allow me now to invite our panel to come up and take their seats, and we will start a dialogue. Dr. James Mwangi, please come up. Let's give him a round of applause as he makes his way up. Daisy Amdani, who's the Executive Director of CRON, focused on community advocacy and awareness. Give her a round of applause. Dr. Mwangi, I didn't give your role because everyone in Kenya knows who you are and what you do. Please take your seat. Please sit where you are most comfortable. Next, let me ask Betty Maina, former CEO of the Kenya Association of Manufacturers, to come up and take her seat. Faith Beatrice, President of Daystar University Students Association. Faith, where are you? Please come up, give her a round of applause. Mwita Ian Matiko, student leader, Kenya Methodist University. Let's give him a round of applause as well. Festus Mwanza Kaluki, youth leader from Machakos, representing people living with disabilities. Let's give him a round of applause as he comes up as well. And also with us, Ambassador Bitange Ndemo. Please do come up and take your seat. He's Kenya's ambassador, I believe, to the Kingdom of Belgium and the European Commission. Please do take a seat. Thank you all so much for joining this conversation. I will start with a simple question. How far have we come as a nation, in your view? And what have our greatest achievements been? And then from there, for you, where are we going? Where should we be going? And how do we get there? Can I start with a youth voice? Faith, kick us off. Thank you.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. So one great achievement that we've seen is the development in terms of roads. We've seen Thika Superhighway under Vision 2030. That's one of the developments for Vision 2030.
Which is a movement along Thika Superhighway leading to economic growth and empowerment. Yeah. That's pivotal, yeah.
Sorry, Kenyans are adaptable. When things don't work, we figure it out, right? So that's another wonderful thing about us. James, take us to your journey. Of course, you are part of Vision 2030. You have also been part of building Kenya, private sector, but also wings to fly, and development-wise, you've done a lot. How much have we achieved? And where are we going?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Jury. Looking back, we have made very significant progress, but progress is always relative. You only appreciate how far we have gone if you look at our age of 60 years relative to other economies and their age. That's how you really appreciate. But at the Vision 2030, the data was out there. We are ranging between 50 and 80 in terms of achievement of targets. So when you get 50, you have passed. If you get 80, you have done very well. So it's really a question of relying on data. Could we have done better? I think Professor Ino's feedback, because he held the mirror for us, there are areas we could have done better. And that is why it is important to formulate Vision 2063 so that we can do better in the areas that we did well, but also continue to do well in the areas we did well. But I would like to single education and health. To me, while the indicators have not really been what they should be, getting 1.2 million children to sit for an exam in 1 year and graduate to the next, that to me is a huge achievement because we have moved from a very low number.
Where are we going?
I think where we are going is, and I was sitting next to a dream, is fulfilling his dreams. This vision is not about our generation. This vision is about our children and our grandchildren. And he reflected where we are going. And it's, as he spoke, I was amazed that he's helping us to see where we didn't get it right, that we could have been more people-centered. It's really him, it was all about people. Education, security, health, neighborliness, environment. That is all about people. Yes, we did lay foundation in infrastructure, but Adrian representing the people for who we are here wants a people-centered vision.
Very powerful, very powerful. Let me come next to you, Daisy. Tell us what you are most impressed with in terms of what we've achieved, and tell us where are we going. Let's try. Let's see if the mic is working.
Okay, thank you.
Try again. Just hold it.
Thank you so much, Julie, and thank you for the opportunity to have this conversation. I think, and I'm going to speak as a woman, that in Kenya, I think we've made significant strides. I think the most important thing that we did for ourselves as a country was the promulgation of the 2010 Constitution that gave us the framework for inclusion. And when I think of, you talked about the 80s, and there are many things that people don't know about where women came from. I remember when we were in school in the 80s, a woman could not walk into a bank and open a bank account without the permission of her husband, if she had one, or her father, or a significant male other. Women were not seen as having personal agency. Today, women are at the forefront of economic growth, you know? So that's really significant. If you look at our history, where we came from in terms of political representation, it was a male-dominated field. Women who aspired to be leaders were considered somehow wayward because it was really considered a male domain. Today, we have women at every level of our governance, at the county governments, in parliament, in the cabinet. I see here we have 2 female governors of the 6 governors that we have in our country. So we're changing the face of what leadership and governance and power looks like. When you talk about indicators in terms of education, maternal health, in terms of economic growth, I think we've made significant growth, and we need to appreciate that. We look at all the hardware that's been there, the roads, the railways, and everything. But even in terms of income generation, I think we've come a long way as Kenyans. So somebody talked about, the young man talked about democracy, the freedom. You know, I really don't think we appreciate the kind of freedom that we have in this country. Angel sang about how Kenyans shouldn't insult their leaders on social media. The freedoms that we have in Kenya, the ability to be able to speak and express yourself, I think this is something that we take for granted because it's not available in many other jurisdictions, but in Kenya we do, and that's why I appreciate this conversation, because it's giving us an opportunity to be able to have a conversation and channel our energies towards talking about the Kenya we want to see beyond Vision 2030, but also to diffuse some of the tensions that are there, because we agree that we're having this conversation within a context of a lot of uncertainty in terms of employment, economic pressures, and all that. So there's also skepticism as to why is this conversation coming at a time like this, just a year before elections. But I think it's important that we have it now. That's why it's important that we have it now. So even the ability to be able to gather here together, to have that conversation, the president calling us as citizens to have a conversation about what the future of our country looks like. I think we've come very far, because usually it's always top down. It's presented to you as citizens, not calling you in to come in. Let's have a dialogue, let's reason together, and let's vision our country together.
That's incredible. Thank you for that. I think it brings me to Betty. Let me come to you next. And, you know, we were at the forefront of a lot of dialogue over the past 20 to 30 years. And maybe one of the most important things about this country is the ability to sit together and listen to each other when we need to, in the most difficult moments. Let's walk through for you, what are you most proud of? And now as this country comes together in this discussion, starts this process, what's the realistic, process that we need to go through? And I think it will be discussed further, but this is not a short journey. This is to tell us what you see, and ideally, where do you want us to land as a country?
Well, thank you. It's on, right? Well, thank you, Julie, and referencing how far we've come in this conversation about the future of the country. And like you, I'm actually very excited that we're having this conversation in this context, because we've had conversations about Kenya in the past, and it's not from the 60s, when we think about the futures work that was done by the NCCK. So Kenyans have been thinking about...
We adapt.
Kenyans have been thinking about themselves. We gave ourselves a vision at independence. We gave ourselves the goal of eradicating poverty, disease, and ignorance. And therefore, we've been shaping our futures over different times. We've seen, as James has said, if I think about our childhood, when we grew up, I'm thinking it's my age or slightly older, the differences in our experiences as children then and where we are and where our children and grandchildren, because now we have grandchildren, are growing up, that's a totally different society and a better quality of life. So I think we need to give ourselves credit that we are not where we were in 1963. We are not, but we are not where we would like to be. So we've accomplished a lot socially, politically. We've celebrated the Constitution. Economically, we've seen better livelihoods than we experience. Education, health. There are many things that we can talk about and celebrate as having accomplished as Kenya. But we are also aware that there are things. We gave ourselves 80%. Somebody might be less generous, James, and say maybe we should give ourselves 70. So 70 gives you an indication of how far you are. And Professor Hino has clearly told us this is where you could be if you did different things. And I think when we now think about the future, we need to think about not focusing on the things that have worked. We like to look at buildings. We think development is capital projects, roads, which is true, it facilitates that. But there is something within that we need to work on. What sort of economy do we have? We focus a lot on, and we are aware of how unequal our society is. So if you ask me, what should we aspire to? We should aspire to a lot more of an equal society. What are the things that will get us that? Professor Hino points out, but history also points out that hard work, clearly, discipline, integrity are critical for building as building blocks for the future. Everybody wants to become rich. But how do they want to become rich? And do they become rich at somebody else's expense? We need to fix the institutions that offer equality for Kenyans. Thank you.
Wow, fantastic. Still adapting. Okay. Can I just bookmark that when Professor Hino did his presentation, and when you mentioned informal sector, there was an applause that came from the back. So I just want to recognize that's a very big part, I think, of what Kenyans want us to focus on is how to give dignity and opportunity and pathways forward to the informal sector. Let me come to you next, Ian. A lot of what we talked through earlier, you probably didn't live through, right? So when you have the chance to look forward and imagine and dream everything, we have a restless, cynical and tired, kind of disappointed Gen Z and youth population. How do we inspire? How do we rebuild? And what do you see as the future for the country?
All right, thank you so much. My name is Ian Mwita Matiko. I may not have lived to see the Vision 2030 being born back in 2008, but I have been a beneficiary of that vision from the time I was born up until this moment. So I'll say what is working in the present and where I think we are headed as a country and what I envision, what I would want as a Gen Z to be achieved in 2060. What is working currently? I've had the opportunity to work under 3 ministries currently. I have worked under the Ministry of Interior, under PS Raymond. I've worked under the Ministry of PS Fikirini Jacobs, and under the ministry that coordinates Nyota Fund. One of the things that I can say with full confidence that is working is that for the first time in the history of this country, we have had the young generation being brought in conversations, national conversations on matters of security. And that is thankful to Jukwaa la Wasomi, which was born last year under the leadership of UCSPAC, which is the Universities and Colleges Students' Peace Association of Kenya. That Jukwaa la Wasomi is working in conjunction with Jukwaa la Usalama under the docket of PS Raymond Amolo. So that is one of the most significant things that I've been able to witness as a young person, because now we are revolutionizing our security to include the very people who are going to take it up later on in the future. The second thing is about Nyota Fund. Now, people may see it as a very small thing, but when you look at it keenly, it is inspiring millions of lives. Because for the first time, we have a president who's thinking about the hustlers out there. This Nyota Fund is revolutionizing the way in which we think, because we don't want just to tell people that we're giving you employment. We want to show them that this is how we are creating these job opportunities for you and inspiring you to a future. And the third one is, when you look at the National Youth Council, NYC, the last time the elections were held were 10 or 14 years ago. For the first time, we had it gazetted this year that the youth are going to elect their council to represent them in terms of government. And that is that is thankful to PS Fikirini. So that is what I've seen that is working currently. But what do I envision? Which Kenya do I want in 2060? One of the fundamental things that we need to underscore is the Kenya that we are building, we are not merely building Kenya for 2060. We are building a Kenya that we will want to leave behind for generations that are coming in. One of the things that I'd want to highlight is especially the health sector and the education sector. Let me begin with education. We must revolutionize the way in which we educate our people. We must not educate our people to seek for jobs today or to want jobs today, but we should position them to tackle problems that will arise in 2060. And that means we need to bolster our education system. We need to position our people in such a manner that we will not be consuming things from outside, or we will not be consuming knowledge from other states. We will be instead exporting knowledge to other states. We will be inventing and we'll be inventing things and sending them outside. So that means we need to invest more in our education sector. The second sector is health. We cannot be 60, now for 2060 will be 100 years, yeah? We cannot be 100 years old and we are still relying on external aid in terms of medicine, in terms of vaccine, because we are 100 years old. So we should invest in the health sector such that our young scientists, our professional doctors, our brilliant minds can come up with research. That research can be sponsored into the future, and they can dream about a Kenya that can, also innovate. We don't want to go to other states to compete in events. We also want to host those events, and we want to be better at those research competitions. So that is the kind of Kenya that I envision. And if I've been following the mind of the president, when you look at the trajectory that he's trying to build, he's trying to turn Kenya away from consumer country to a producing country, if you look at it keenly. So that is my input for now. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Festus. Ian, Festus, let me come to you next. You're a leader in your own right. You're doing that in Machakos County. What are you happy about in terms of what Kenya has achieved so far under Vision 2030? And what is your hope for 2063, Kenya at 100?
Thank you, Julie. Is it good morning? Is it still morning? Yes. Good morning, Mr. President. Good morning, Julie. Good morning, my panelists. What has been significant about the achievement of Vision 2030 to us, persons with disabilities, because that is a constituency that I speak for and work for. We've seen enactment of the new Disability Act that has been in the parking lot for a very long time. The act was assented by our dear president last year, August. Was it August? Sometime last year, and that was a really great milestone that spoke to the intentionality of our government in terms of including persons with disabilities in their activities. We've also seen significant efforts by the government, especially in mashinani, whereby nothing can happen without us being on the table and having our voices where conversations are happening. Kudos to the Ngao team and to the other government sectors like the judiciary and other parastatals of government. And the hope that I have, or the hope that I see is, number one, before I go to the hope, can I cite an oversight that I have seen? Because this is a conversation anyway. When you look around this podium, and online as well, we are missing a very critical accessibility format for those that are following online and those that are in this place with hearing impairment. It was an oversight, and I give it as a recommendation that next time that is looked at critically, because
Thank you.
This being a national conversation, then it ought to carry us all to the other side of the river. And the other observation that I have made, I'm moving to my hope. I have also observed that in most of our activities or our events, we are not intentional about including persons with intellectual disabilities. When I speak about persons with intellectual disabilities, is the people that we sometimes shun away from because of their complexity of their disabilities, in that the way they take concept in and the way they give output out is a little bit different from everyone in our midst today. And I believe that is something that in our next roadmap, we should have an intentional way of targeting, really targeting persons with intellectual disabilities and those with autism. The other thing is that I need us to see more formats of communication in our various engagements. I'll give examples. Persons who are short-sighted, that do not see small letters. How inclusive are we when we are projecting?
Even I was struggling.
In our screens, how inclusive was that? And those that use Braille is there a format that is going to be accessible to those of us that have gone to school and can use Braille too as a way of communicating to themselves? Again, we have a very forgotten group in the communities that have not been participating in our activities most of the times because of the barriers. The deaf-blind people, we've seen how America has empowered the deaf-blind lawyer. All of us know her. We've seen how she even came to Kenya to inspire us, persons with disabilities, brought in by National Council and brought in to inspire and change a narrative that has been there of persons with deaf blindness are supposed to be left away. Just to ask, how many of us know that we have a language known as tactile? Tactile. Tactile. How many of us know that? Mr. President, do you know tactile? Do you know how it is used? Please, it is actually embedded in our national book, our reference book, the Constitution of Kenya, whereby it's a mode of communication for those who are deaf, blind. So we'd also want to see that in play, because it is mandatory to carry all of us to the other side of the river. Now, yes. I am going to my hope. The Kenya I hope to see a Kenya that is inclusive, a Kenya that is intentional, a Kenya that is led by us with diverse perspectives and disabilities. We need to be included, not integrated. We don't want integration. We want to be at the center of where conversations are happening. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think the humanity, even in how you started Festus, and you took a moment to recognize and greet us, and you've taken us through a comprehensive view of what's missing and where you need us to go. Thank you so much for that. I want to also just recognize, you mentioned somebody from a different country who inspired you, but we have our own in Kenya, do we not, who is a senator? Honorable Crystal, yes, and I don't know if she's here, but she's incredibly inspiring, and so I just wanted to also mention that. Thank you so much. Let me come to you, Ambassador Ndemo. Again, we were at the front lines of much of the change of Kenya with you. You were right there, and you saw what it took to change a nation. It's not easy to push, to evolve, but you did that. Take us through the learnings you had in delivering Vision 2030, the part you played in development of Kenya, and where you think we really need to be going for 2063.
Thank you, Julie. Let me recognize His Excellency the President, Deputy President, Prime Cabinet, Cabinet Ministers, and all guests and governors I saw here. The question I have to answer it from the problems that I had before we saw the changes. When going to high school, I would board a bus and leave, and my mother would only expect to hear my voice when I came back. There was no communication, there was zero. To get a telephone, if Mwangi can testify here, it took so long to get, if you get anything like that. But the government invested in ICT infrastructure. This ICT infrastructure completely changed the way the world works in Kenya. A lot of young people take it for granted when they get their passport within 2, 3, 4 days. For us, it used to be 6 months, 1 year before you got the passport. There are so many other government services that have been digitized since that time. I think 100% of the government services are online. We are able to pay our taxes online. We are able to communicate online. We are doing several things online because of infrastructure. I'm emphasizing this because Hino also said, going forward, we must look at the infrastructure that will take us forward. Today, with the little infrastructure that we have in northern Kenya, a mother takes a smartphone on a child's chest And through AI, they are able to identify the kid has tuberculosis. The nurse can do that. This is something that used to be done by radiologists and other things. We need to expand that throughout the country. And what I'm saying, what we need going forward from today is actually to build the future infrastructure for AI, because AI is disrupting education, disrupting health, disrupting agriculture, and that we need to have its own infrastructure. And because of geopolitical contestation, there is a problem that we must begin to solve now. That what every country is doing is to build their sovereign AI, but there is a problem which the president knows very well, energy. We need to have energy. We cannot talk about AI going forward without significant amount of energy. I think we're at less than 5,000 megawatts. We probably need another 10,000 megawatts within a very short period. Companies like Microsoft try to invest in that space. We need to work with the private sector and build the infrastructure the same way we put the fiber in the undersea and also terrestrial to every county. We must invest in the future infrastructure for Kenya's competitiveness. Our education has done very well. Mwangi talked about it. We need to leverage AI, because what the studies are showing is that most of us who have been teaching, we teach an average student. But with AI now, we can identify the needs of every child and actually provide the right thing. It is not going to destroy teachers. It's going to facilitate teaching. I would stop here because I can say.
Thank you so much. The simplest way, I think, to understand AI is to see it as a tool. Ni kama jembe, yeah? It doesn't replace the person who needs to do the work. Maybe jembe is wrong in today's environment, but it's a tool. Your Excellency, I do want to come to you before we open to the floor. As a leader, same question. What are you proud of in terms of what we've achieved so far? And where are we going? But as a citizen, as a farmer, where do you really want us to go? Please tell us.
Thank you very much, Julie. And good morning, everybody. Vision 2030 in 2008 became the roadmap for us as a nation to think long-term about our development. Maybe I see some people straining to see. Long-term for us to plan our way into prosperity. And we must commend President Mwai Kibaki and the vision bearers then, who provided a platform for us to put together what today is finally in the sunset years. Vision 2030 has provided a framework for us to figure out our development. It set out that Kenya should be an industrialized nation, middle income, high quality of life in a safe environment. All the targets we set for ourselves, we have been given a review of where we are on the economic pillar, on the social pillar, on the political pillar, and the enablers. And we have been given a scorecard by the Vision 2030 Secretariat. We have done fairly well in many aspects. We've done well in others more than others. We've been given the figures on the political pillar. We are at 80 plus. I think we have an A. And you can see it We have a new constitution. We have a robust Bill of Rights. We have a democratic state. We have an open society, a rule of law. We have a working judiciary. We have a civil society that is not constrained. And we have made ourselves a very proud nation. In fact, globally, Kenya is recognized as a democratic country. It is part of the reason why in 2023-24, I paid a visit to America, and the single most important component was the fact that we share in our celebration of freedom and democracy. We have been given indication as to where we are with the economic pillar. In fact, I think of all the pillars, the economic pillar is where we have done not very well, at around 50, I think it was 52, 53%. On the social pillar, we are around 60. We have made progress. Today, we have significantly in our region, we've done very well in terms of paved roads. We have 20,000 kilometers of paved roads. We have a working SGR. We have an expressway. We have dualed some of our roads. We've extended electricity. We now have 10,000 homes. 10 million, sorry. 10 million households going to 11 million households connected to electricity. Our transition on education is significant. We have done very well. But why are we having this conversation? And I want to thank the people of Kenya. When I asked the country that it is time for us to have a national conversation about the long-term vision of our nation, we have been explained to why. Number one, Vision 2030 will come to an end in the next 3 years. Medium-term plan 4 is ending in 2027. For us to plan medium-term 5, medium-term plan number 5 is going to take from 2027 to 2032. Yet Vision 2030 is ending in 2030. So we need to have the longer-term vision for us to be able to plan medium-term 5. Reason number 1. Reason number 2, when we figured out Vision 2030, 20-something years ago, the world was much different from what we have today. Technology had not taken the space it occupies today. The advent of AI was not with us. We didn't have the serious effects of climate change the way we have today. We had a completely different situation. It is important that this, at this point in time, we give ourselves another opportunity to think about the long-term development of Kenya in the context of the world that we live in today. Number 3, when Vision 2030 was developed, it was developed before the new constitution. The new constitution provides us with a better and clearer framework on how to think long-term. And therefore, it is important that we engage in this exercise in the context of a new constitution. A new constitution that does not request us to consult the people. No, it is mandatory. The reason why you find in some cases many people do not understand, do not relate to Vision 2030 was because there was no public participation to the extent that we know public participation as provided for in the Constitution at the moment. And therefore, we have an opportunity this time round, different from the opportunity that was in 2008, to formulate a long-term plan, one that is done by the people, not by government, not by bureaucrats, by the people themselves. And therefore, we need to give ourselves the opportunity, and this opportunity that we have to think about Kenya long term. We want to pick the minds of everybody, the farmers, entrepreneurs, students, technocrats, everybody. Let them tell us what kind of future that we all want to think about. And nobody should assume that any one of us has the monopoly of knowledge. This cannot be, and I make it very clear, this is not a government project. This is a people's project. So Kenyans must prepare themselves. It is a responsibility put on our shoulders collectively. And I will be speaking as a citizen as well, because I also have aspirations on what I think our country should be, beyond me being a leader today in Kenya. And number 4, just so that we contextualize this, the center of gravity, global gravity, in terms of growth, is moving to Africa. Africa today is pivotal. Why? Because of 4 reasons. Number 1, we have the largest reserves of renewable energy. We have the youngest population, a population that a quarter of the world's population will be living in our continent by 2050. Number 3, we have the largest market that is emerging. Number 4, we have the largest reserves of uncultivated arable land for food security going into the future. And therefore, as the center of gravity, global growth moves to Africa, we must position Kenya appropriately so that we become that epicenter. It is for those 4 reasons in my thinking that this is the moment for us to imagine the Kenya that we all want into the future. Many people may say, this being a year where we are going into politics, maybe this should not be the opportunity for us. Now, I want to tell them, Kenya is bigger than any election. For far too long, we have made elections to look like it is a matter of life and death. It is not. Yes, it is important. And the reason why we have not achieved some of our targets is because we have made our plans not with the foresight of the future, not thinking about the next generation, but simply thinking about the next election. And that is how we haven't met some of our targets. And I speak from a position of knowledge, and I speak from a position of experience. It's not always that you become a president of a country. I have the privilege to be the president today. And I want to speak from that experience, that the pressure that always you have Even when you know as a leader this is the right thing to do, you are told always, this will affect your next election, don't do it. This will affect your next election, don't do it. Many are telling me, oh, why don't you concentrate on the next election? Leave this thing, it can be done some other time. I'm telling them, the next election will come and go. Kenya must think beyond the next election. Kenya must think for the next generation. And I want to ask all of us here to think beyond any election cycle or any administration. We must think about the next generation. Let me conclude. I hope I'm not taking too much time. Let me say the following. I have listened to the presenters. I've listened to Professor Anyang' Nyong'o. I've listened to Adrian, the good young man who is 7 years old. I have also listened to Professor Hino. And as we have this conversation, I have picked 4 things. Number one, Professor Hino has said, for those countries that have succeeded, and he's given us examples of Singapore, Malaysia, he's told us about Vietnam, and all the other countries. What was central to their quantum leap was the people. Not the oil, not the gold or resources, it was the people. And we are lucky as the people of Kenya because we have the people, and they are very hard working. So we have what it takes to lift this country to the next level. Number 2, he has told us to pay attention to inequality. A very serious challenge in our nation is inequality. We have too many people who still sleep hungry. We have too many people who are jobless. We have too many people who don't have income. We cannot progress as a nation when we cannot take care of the vulnerable. So Professor Hino has told us 20% of the bottom poor account for only 5% of income, while 20% of the rich people, of those of us in the higher category, control 50% of income. So 20% bottom, 5% of income, 20% top, 50% of income, meaning 10 times what the bottom has. We have to pay attention. We have to pay attention. How we lift those low-income people, how they access, how their children go to school, how their medical bills are paid, how they access employment opportunities, and how we create equality. Number 3, he has told us our opportunity is in raising small, medium, micro enterprises. We have an opportunity there. Sometimes we think they don't matter. But the good professor had told us that is where our opportunity is. How do we make micro, small, and medium enterprises grow? How do they access credit? How do they access opportunities? How do they access business? That should be we should pay attention. And then number 4, he has told us to pay attention to accountability, to dealing with corruption. He has told us 3 things. We now have a conflict of interest bill, law, which we signed into law. There are many people who want to challenge it because it closes many doors on the people who have access to power, who want to use that power to access contracts and many things and many things. Number two, he has told us about EGP. We have been trying to implement EGP for many years. I am very happy that finally we have moved government procurement to an electronic platform where contracts can be transparent. We can know who is being allocated, which contract, for how much, and whether it matches the market parity. And he has told us that technology must play a very central role. I was listening to Mercy Mwangangi, our CEO of SHA, and he was saying the single most serious challenge he faces is how to stop fraud. You know? And we are very happy that finally, using technology, we are able to stem theft, fraud, and corruption. And to the good professor who has said here, going forward, technology is going to play a significant role in us taking this forward. So, in conclusion, let me say this. To the people of Kenya, nobody has a monopoly of good ideas. Beyond Vision 2030 is our collective responsibility. We must step up. It is a constitutional responsibility to each one of us. It is an obligation to each one of us to implement the Constitution. And part of implementing that Constitution is to figure out how we appropriate, access, and avail all rights that are provided for in the Constitution to everybody in Kenya. Whether it is human rights, electoral rights, rule of law, access to water, access to education, freedom from hunger, making sure that the Constitution, what the Constitution says, that every citizen must access the highest standards of health, the highest standards of education, the highest standards of housing. It is our responsibility collectively for us to have a plan on how this is going to be attained. And we have the opportunity. I want to pledge here that government is not going to lead the talks. It is going to facilitate. This is about the people. Whatever platform that is required to be provided, we are going to provide the platform. Let the people, in their diversity, the religious community have ideas, private sector have ideas, farmers like myself have ideas, students have ideas, the academia have ideas, our good friends in civil society, they have ideas. Let us bring the cocktail of ideas and have a plan for our country into the future. It is our opportunity. Let us not abdicate. Let us not delegate. Let us not run away from that responsibility. It is our duty, it is our obligation constitutionally to make sure that we think about the future of our nation so that Adrian, sitting here with us, 7 years old, will know what the future is going to look like. Thank you very much. I hope I have not taken too much, but this is the opportunity for us, and I am very happy to be part of this as a Kenyan myself. And believe you me, I will be part of it as a Kenyan. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that, Your Excellency. Thank you for the context. And Mark, just be on standby. I will be coming to you. That context is very important. We've heard that the center of gravity for growth in the world is shifting to Africa. The world doesn't want it to shift to Africa, but inevitably it is shifting. And African countries, through their strategic actions and positioning, will determine whether it shifts on the world's terms or it shifts on our terms. Kenya today, and Your Excellency will confirm, has been tasked with building an AU that is fit, informing the build of an AU that is fit for purpose for Africa today and the Africa we want. Kenya is doing that. Yes, and it is important. Kenya today has been tasked by the world with convening around the issue of trust. The Trust Summit is being held in Kenya under the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And the world is looking to Kenya to tell the world, what are we learning about how we rebuild trust in communities, in societies, between citizenry, with government? How do we rebuild trust? So Kenya has a responsibility to think deeply about where she is going for ourselves, but also for Africa. Does that matter to us? I hope it does. I hope it does. Mark, I'd love to come back to you now to take us round the room. Yes, I see Wananchi hands. We're ready to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Julie, and thank you for those who... So I'll just start here and then you'll pass it back to the lady right behind you, young lad. So crisp and short.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sean Karanja Kinyanjui. I'm an investment professional, born, raised, and living in Nairobi. I'm a portfolio associate at a Pan-African venture capital firm. So on a day-to-day basis, I get the privilege to speak to entrepreneurs across Kenya and Africa and deploy meaningful capital into their businesses. I give you this context because every day I get to see Kenyans and their talent and ambitions on a day-to-day basis and even back and support these businesses. But I also see a lot of strong ideas and entrepreneurs held back by gaps in capital, infrastructure, and execution as well. And so for me, a vision beyond 2030 is very personal because it affects the trajectory of my career in the investment space, fundamentally. It also affects the legacy that I leave behind for my family. I'll be not so old, but approaching retirement by the time 2060 comes about. And so I need to personalize these goals for you as my leaders so that you understand what needs to be done for me as Sean. I can't speak for everyone here and the mic will go around the room, but I have 3 key goals that I need to achieve by the time I am 60. And the first one is to be a captain of my industry. I want to sit like James Mwangi here on the podium and say, I'm a global allocator of capital, that people can come to Kenya and say, where's Sean? Let's give him capital. And under this framework of investment that we'll lay out for 2060, I will be able to manage and deploy that capital into our entrepreneurs and spur our economies. But for that to happen in this plan, we need to make sure that there is predictable monetary policies, strong and transparent institutions, investor confidence, so that when someone says, I am domiciling my fund in Kenya, they're not scared that most of it will go away to punitive measures or lack of transparency or get lost entirely because there is no strong ecosystem to support the businesses they invest in. And Mr. President, I do agree with you. Fundamental to that goal of mine is going to be eradicating poverty, because businesses and the investors behind them are only as good as the income that the everyday Mwananchi has to spend on the products and services that these businesses offer. So that needs to be a thing. And Mr. President, just like you, I have a love and passion for agriculture. At our fund, we get to invest into agriculture products and projects across the continent. And I've seen the math, I've seen the data, I've seen the capital flows. And let me tell you, young people, agriculture is the way to go. We have the opportunity to become the food basket of the world. And one day I want to say that I want to step down from my role as the future James Mwangi and get into agriculture at scale. I want to become a farmer and export and feed the world. But to do that, the economics of farming in Kenya also need to work. Access to markets, logistics and transport, water, access to land, all of those need to work for that dream to happen. And my final dream, I just got married a month ago, and, and I plan to go forth and multiply. And so being a father, being a husband, being someone who raises a family in Kenya is core to me, because I need to make sure that my kids grow up in a meritocracy so that their education, their skill set, and the opportunities that are before them are what will open up doors for them, not their last name, not where they were born, who they know. That's the kind of future that I want for my children. And I want to be old in my 60s, living in a Kenya that works, and one that I can be happy in, and I can say, najivunia kuwa Mkenya.
Thank you. Over to you. All right, let me pass it over to you. And let's keep it short and crisp. And Sean, just for as an interjection, 60 is not to grow old. There are 60-year-olds here who feel targeted by what you've said. But I get your point, young man. 60 is not old. We still have very young 60-year-olds here. So, tuendelee nalo. Keep it short.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Achieng Masawa. I come from the great county of Siaya and a woman representative aspirant. I'm a social impact and enterprise-based consultant. I had a privilege to study in Israel and also study entrepreneurship in US through Mandela Washington Fellowship. I'm also a former student leader at University of Nairobi, where I represented gender affairs and also vied for chairmanship back in 2015. And as we sit here today, I am so grateful that this conversation is taking place. It has been so long overdue. I come from a county where we are the source that have been on the streets far too long. And I'm really, really grateful that one of the least developed pillar is economic pillar. And being a youthful country with a young population, I believe, and today is the International Youth Day, I believe that focusing our energy in enabling the capacity of our young people is the way forward. And today I am greatly challenged that the President of our great Republic of Kenya, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, has led the National Vision Board. I would like to challenge all of us as young Kenyans and every Kenyan to also develop our personal vision board to contribute to the growth of our country and to the journey to Singapore. Thank you so much.
Over to you, over to you. Melody, you have someone?
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellency, first of all, my name is Hilary Ojwang. I am a Gen Z of this nation and a graduate mechanical engineer. So my comment as of today is that, first of all, I want to thank you for this initiative, because we came up with Vision 2030, and we are now we are developing a relay of visions. So we have Vision 2030, handing it over to Vision 2060. So as we hand it over to Vision 2060, we really just have to reflect and check back and see what is our progress in the social pillar. We have made some progress. Our progress in the political pillar has been significant. But our challenge, Your Excellency, which is the key and the core of changing the life of our people, is the economic pillar. And as a young person, as a Gen Z of this country, I want to thank you because you are saving us in disguise. Because when I'll be old, and in my 60s, in 33 years to come, the current generation, the generation Alpha, will be asking us for jobs and asking us, what did we do when we were young that they are jobless? That is why I'm thanking you, because by Vision 2060, we are trying to solve the solution of creating jobs for our people. My comment is that as our president, and we are praying for you, and we are going to hand over the job to you once again in 2027. I just want to ask you that in that last term, Your Excellency, focus on the economic aspect kindly. Our young people are still hungry. We still have few opportunities in our country. We want our economy to be strengthened. You say that a significant percentage of our country, our land, which is arable, is still used. Let us utilize that. Let us have food in our country that we can export. We can even process it and export final goods to the global market. That way we'll have solved a lot of problems for our people and create opportunities. When you look around you, majority of the things here are imported. If you look at the speakers, the cars around here are imported. We will only empower our people if we can do much of the job here and export to the global market. Thank you so much, Your Excellency. God bless you, and I appreciate us for gathering here today.
Asante sana. Naona sasa kipaza sauti upande huu pia kimeruhusu. Kuna dada hapa, jitambulishe kwa dakika 10 nawe toa mchango wako.
Before you hand over the mic, ningependa participate. And to me, Your Excellency, I will say thank you very much. Kama si wewe, vijana wewe kwanza. Your Excellency, remember I'm a clinical student from KMTC, student leader. Na pia hii angalia mahali uangalia wanafunzi wamemaliza course zao za KMTC, and pia Masi Mwangangi angalia mahali hawa watoto pia. Tuangalie sisi wanafunzi wa KMTC, please.
Hello. Before he just adjourns it, I'm Brian. I'm the founder and CEO of B. Malsons. I just have one review to just ask. We've been actually like trying to say, how are we going to create more jobs? Currently in Kenya, we have almost like 11,000 startups. So if the government can just, let's say like back up these 11,000 startups and just, let's say like they just get funding, for example, each startup can just employ almost like 50 people. So those 50 people, as in, if they are now given actually like money, they can actually now create more employment actually now for the young youths now.
Hello, I'm sorry, let me talk. My name is Anne Adhiambo Onyango. I am a volunteering secretary actually for a community-based organization known as Tekeleza Mtaani Initiative. So my question is about climate action. For me, I define Vision 2030 as attaining goals for the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. So I'm gonna go to SDG number 13, that is climate and its impact. We've been seeing news being warned that El Nino is coming September to December. So apart from us sending Red Cross to rescue missions and all that kind of thing, what are we doing with the drainage? And what are we doing to make sure that the adverse climatic repercussions don't get to us as individuals? Kindly, when you are thinking about 2030, think about climate change and its impacts, because I work with the community and it is not looking good at the grassroots. Thank you.
Asante.
Sorry about the challenge with the sound, and we're trying to get, I had promised this young lady here, na hapa, na point two, kwa sababu ya muda, lakini pia wewe utaposition watu pia. I love this sign. Let me just say, yes, I love the hands. I see you all. I appreciate that. And this is what we are starting. So hatufungii mtu yote, lakini tunawapa wale ambao wanaweza zungumza kwa muda tu. I love the passion and I love the reaction. We just also need to give that side of the room. So that's why we're kind of giving an opportunity for those on the other side of the room. Young lady, please keep it safe, short, and then we will come to as many. But as you would appreciate, there's other parts of the program, and there's another opportunity for open mic. I promise you. I promise you. Quick.
Thank you so much. I'm called Lucy Wanjiru Mbugua, a youth leader from Nakuru County, and aspiring senator come 2027 next year. And my question to the president is, there was a clip that Rigiji talked. We know Vision 2063 will go beyond your administration and possibly several generations. Now, my question is, how will you make sure Vision 2030 belongs to Kenya and not to a particular government, so that the future administration continue implementing it regardless of who is in power? And as I finish, I want to say that I want this Vision 2030 to be a Kenya where there is no corruption, and where youths, we are employed regardless of who we know, as long as we are educated. Thank you so much. God bless you.
Asante, asante, asante. Tumsikie dada hapa.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, Mr. President and the nation at large. My name is Nora Kerubo Rangi. I'm from the Open University of Kenya. First of all, President Treasurer, first of all, I want to thank you so much, Mr. President, because after almost 36 years, I was able to go back to the university and undertake my degree in business entrepreneurship and education. I was just watching you on a television set like this, and you were inaugurating Open University of Kenya, and I saw the opportunity, and I wondered, how doesn't Kenya know about this opportunity? Open University of Kenya is an online program where you learn from anywhere in the country, in the world. Continue with your business, continue with your business, with your professional life, but at the same time, upgrade yourself. So what I want to say is I've seen a very huge opportunity in this space. So President, as we are continuing, can we continue to implement this online learning space? I have seen students from across the world. I've seen students from across the continent coming to Open University. We are 3 years old only. We started with virtually zero, and we are now 30,000 students. So as Kenya, we can capitalize on this economic pillar and export education. Kenya is at the pillar of education, and they are coming from all over online. So I would like to see Open Primary Schools of Kenya, Open Secondary Schools of Kenya, and the rest is history. I've also seen people from other countries come here for the primary school education, for the secondary school education. So at 2030, that is also another pillar. People trust Kenya. They trust the education in Kenya. So that is a pillar I would like us to capitalize on and take advantage on. There are huge revenues in education. Thank you very much, and God bless you all.
Asante sana. Kuna wepo wengi huko. Acha nimtape ukaka mwenye shati yake ya maroon.
The President, the Deputy President, and all protocol observed. My name, I might struggle to communicate because I've never addressed such kind of a congregation, but you'll get my points. I have very delicious points and very ambiguous points. Now, this is a national conversation that personally I expected the leaders from across the political divide to be able to attend. I'm quite disappointed that some leaders are not present. My name is Samson Ligala. I come from Kisumu County. My governor, Professor Anyang' Nyong'o, is among the leaders that are, spearheading the conversation. So, as you know, and as you understand, leaders from Kisumu like myself, we are very brilliant, and we are supposed to be on the conversation and on the table. Now, Vision 2030 was formed when I was in class 3. I didn't know much about it, but my late father, used to really talk about it like every day. So I got to understand, and I'm glad that today I'm part of the team that is talking, that is addressing the country, and I hope that in future, the foundation that was built, we can have a conversation on it and be able to make changes. Personally, I want to talk about my ward, because in 2027 I will be the MCA for North Nyakach Ward in Kisumu County, God willing. Kule, nataka kuongea kwa Kiswahili kwa sababu si wengi wanaelewa Kizungu wenye wananiona kutoka huko. Agriculture. Rais, naomba mnisaidie, mnipatie muda kidogo nimalize. Okay, thank you. So we should work on inaitwa value addition and empower the farmers at home and everyone, wale wananchi wenye wako chini. Hii conversation vile rais amesema tuweke conversation ikuwe kuhusu wananchi wenye wako chini, si leaders peke yake. Thank you for the opportunity.
Melody, I'm right here with the young one. Melody, I'm right here at the front just to speak to two young representatives who are looking forward to Kenya Post Vision 2030.
Kisha baada ya hapo tutarejesha mic jukwani. Baada ya hapo kipaza sauti kitarejea.
Samahani, sorry for that. Real quick. And then we'll hand it over to Julie because there's more to the program and there's another open mic session. But I love the passion. This is just an indicator of what we need moving forward.
To His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, the Prime Cabinet Secretary, all the Cabinet Secretaries, senior government officials, ladies and gentlemen, children, boy and girl. Is it afternoon? Yeah, good afternoon. So my name is Blessed Barak Juma. I'm 15 years old. And it's a great pleasure to actually be speaking in front of the President today as an advocate. I advocate for the rights of the children, especially child participation. And first of all, I would like to thank the President because I would say he's really considering the children because of bringing up the first State Department of Children's Services in Kenya. So, Mr. President, we really thank you for that. And I would like to also thank him for this vision 2060, beyond 2030, because as of 2060, I'll be 49 years old. And hopefully, God willing, if all of you will be there, all the children, they'll give me an opportunity to be the President of the Republic of Kenya. And I would say that this dream is going to continue, and vision beyond 2030 is going to be a great impact, not only to the people of Kenya, but to the children of the Republic of Kenya. So I will request child participation, not only by the voice, but children be included in decision-making, implementation of the vision beyond 2030.
Good afternoon, everyone. I really thank the Government Delivery Unit for inviting us to this conversation. So first of all, I'm going to go to the Agenda 2060. In inclusion of children, we would like to have the food security improved by investing in smart agriculture and true strength in schools feeding programming. And also coming to child protection services, we would like to strengthen the system supporting vulnerable families and ensuring every child knows their rights. Mostly protecting children must be included in creating these decisions in the 2060 agenda. Thank you so much.
Julie, are you ready to take it up? Just because of time and the next agenda, but there's another open mic and I appreciate the passion.
Thank you so much. We are blown away by the young voices. Give them another round of applause, please. And it's a reminder that actually very often our young ones are smarter, faster than us, but we still, as Wazir, have a few things to share and teach you, but this kind of dialogue is so important. Thank you. I know James wanted to talk to the young man, Sean. I think you will get a chance at a conversation because I must wrap up now. Let us give a round of applause to the panel as they take their seats. Sean, look for James. He wants to talk to you. So yes, thank you. Please take your seats. Panel, thank you so much. A better round of applause, please, for them. Please, please. Please. Ladies and gentlemen, as I close and hand over, we talk a lot about Singapore. And Singapore did many big things. But Singapore also did some fundamental, simple things. I want you to Google Lee Kuan Yew talking about the change. One of the things he stopped in Singapore was spitting. To transform Singapore, he stopped the culture of spitting. And they were very angry because they were passionate. They said, this is what we do, we spit. He said, you will stop spitting. And they stopped spitting. Another thing that he did was language. They all had different languages. Sisi tuko na Kiswahili. It's wonderful. They had different languages, and he told them, we shall speak the same. Pende, usi? Pende, we shall speak the same language. And I want to close by saying, as we have these conversations about what we want, part of what we want is individual responsibility. Mnatupa takataka, alafu mna complain. Mnauliza governor kwa nini? But if governor also is responsible for doing certain things, but we as individuals take our personal responsibility. If you throw something on the floor, ni nani, unataka nani to pick it up? So Kenya, let us rise, let us rise, let us rise. Thank you. God bless you. God bless Kenya. Thank you all so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie Gishuru, my senior in the profession, and actually the one who held my hand to get into the newsroom back in 2008. The reason I bring this out, it's a process and a journey of holding someone else's hand and taking them to the future. And I appreciate those who've actually grabbed my hand trying to get the mic. Your view or your opinion is not any less than any other, and it is just in the interest of the agenda that we have. I see your hand, sir. I see your hand, that we have something called a hack at 100. There's another open mic session, and I appreciate the passion, just to be able to accommodate those who prepared, something that we can envision in terms of the digital capabilities of hacking a future beyond 2030. And for that, I'd like to call on Bernard and Mika and team, tafadhali wakijiunga nasi hapa mbele, tafadhali tuwape makofi. Bernard and Mika, hack at 100. How can we hack this?
We hack Nairobi every time we are moving around with traffic. When someone told you how they got somewhere, ulisema uli hack traffic by taking a boda. Vijana, halo, halo. Halo, halo. We are here, we are building the future. I'm not feeling the energy. Vijana, halo, halo. Mr. President, halo, halo. Asante sana. When I say future yetu, tunasema tuko ready. Future yetu? Future yetu? Thank you. We need to have the energy so that Adrian, who spoke here so well, can feed off our energy. If we are building the future where everyone is bored, there is nothing to build. So, by the way, we are live on all platforms. We have a lot of creators who are live on X, Meta, Twitch. There's a Matatu parked outside, 2 of them. They are streaming on all platforms. So Hack Kenya 100 and Beyond Vision 2030, hackkenya100.com. We are live. Go online. We'll plug you with all the latest updates. Your Excellency, Dr. William Ruto, Your Excellency, Deputy Kithure Kindiki, thank you for organizing this session. And all protocols observed. And I have to say, Vision 2030 is the only foundation or structure that got me out of a village in Keroka, in Kisii, and took me to Alliance High School. Hashtag, I went to Alliance. We went to Alliance, and without free education, I wouldn't be here today. So Vision 2030 team, Mugo Kibati, Alliance High School, we see the dream and we are to build today. And nataka mnishikie namba mbili. Namba ngapi? Namba mbili. 75 and 100. 75 and? After we are done, mwenye atakumbuka zinamaanisha nini, utaniona nyuma ya tent. I'll give you something. But before we jump into it, I would like to introduce my team who has been behind an activity we've been doing for the past 1 week. We are running a Hack 100 hackathon where we had over 10,000 10,000 young people all over the world applying for them to propose bold ideas, bold visions in terms of where they want to see Kenya at 100. We had applications from San Francisco, California, Frankfurt, Shenzhen, all over the world, because everyone wants to be part of building our future. So I would like to introduce my team, starting with Kevin, and we can jump into the next 15 minutes or so to show you what we have. Kevin?
Thank you, Bernard. My name is Kevin. I work with young people to help them articulate their ideas and their passion so that they can be understood by people who want to build them out, invest, and I'm here to do strategy and coordination.
Hello everyone, my name is Shannon Oduor. I am an advocate of the High Court of Kenya. I'm representing the legal team on this Hackathon 100.
Right, my name is Naini Lankas. I also work with Shannon, and part of what we do for Hack 100 is that all of the hacks, the solutions, and the innovations that are coming our way are anchored in the Constitution. So we are keeping that in mind in everything that we are doing for Hack 100. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Jane Martha. I work under Hackathon, and I'm part of it. I conduct issues on strategy and governance, and I also deal with the creators that you've heard. I'm one leading them. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Arthur Kamau, and I'm part of the team handling the sports sector.
Good afternoon. My name is Micah Mathenge. I'm a CEO of a company called Venture Money. I work in the investment banking space, and I work with young entrepreneurs who are looking for investment in Kenya and abroad. Thank you.
Asante sana. They'll come back to stage shortly. Don't worry about my dressing. I was told to dress down to represent the youth. So si suti sina, niko na suti kadhaa. Remember the numbers I gave you. How many were they? How many were they? 2 numbers. Which one and which one? This side, which number? This side? Aya shikilia hivyo hivyo as we watch this clip for you to understand what those numbers mean. Media team? The audio is missing. As they play the video, those numbers mean 2 things. 75% of Kenya's population are under the age of what? 35, right? And if we are not involving them in building this future, we have no future we are building towards. And personally, by the time we are 2063, I'll be probably 70 years old. So I'm building this future for our kids and for our kids' kids. So it's very important for us to involve our young people in building the future we are building today. And I'm not sure that the video is ready. The media team. We invited young people from all over the world to submit bold ideas in terms of what they want to see. And we challenged them. If you were to envision Kenya in 2100, what would you like to see? Where would you like to see education? Where would you like to see energy? Where would you like to see technology and AI? Personally, I'm a co-founder of a company. I lead teams across the world, teams in Nairobi, teams in Lagos, San Francisco, and Cape Town. Every day we see how AI is changing how we work, right? Professor Bitange said AI is going to change how we are going to work. So how are young people seeing all these changes that are currently panning out across the world? So the future we are talking about, young people have started building that future today. And the idea we had was, we had a hackathon happening across the country, and builders were building ideas, and all of them were assessed by a team that is capable to actually analyze which idea has the potential to have an impact for over 1 million people. And we had a bunch of them who are building those solutions. And I would like Micah to come and introduce some of them here as we wait for the media team to play the video clip. Micah?
Thank you so much, Bernard. I would like to invite a few people that were very innovative in the hackathons that we've had. But before I invite them, I'd like to tell you that the youth of this country today are not thinking about problems that we are having in this country. They are thinking of solutions. And I'll give you an example of one of the solutions, ICT solutions, that has been profiled to us. This is a solution that has been created by the youth. It's for savings. The youth are saving. So I'll give you the example here is for a child who is 7 years old, and he's working with his parents, and his parents are saving 200 shillings every single day to buy him a PS. The app that has been created, which is for beyond 2030, definitely, the app that has been created has reminders. But the reminders from the child are more consequential than the reminders from the app. And so we are looking at children who are learning discipline. They are learning the importance of investing. They are learning how to invest small, waiting to grow big from the innovations that we have. I would like to invite Felix from Sanifu. I don't know if he's around. And if he's not around, I'll invite Naini Lankas to come in and talk about the investments, the legal avenue that we have, the legal infrastructure. Come. Yes, come.
Hi everyone. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Thank you so much for this initiative to actually look at Vision Beyond 2030. So my name is Sidney Rema. I'm a co-founder and CEO at a company called Sanifu AI. We are kind of the frontiers of AI in Kenya for small businesses. We are servicing many across Africa, not just in Kenya. Most of the big companies, around use Sanifu AI to process things like orders, invoices, pay taxes, and all that. So I think for today, beyond 2030 for us, what we are looking at is we are enabling a new digital economy. We're enabling a new digital economy. Sanifu has the capability to enable young people who don't even have any coding skills to be able to actually build data applications by just describing it, which means we are seeing more people opening AI agencies, servicing businesses that have never accessed AI before. And one interesting thing you'd actually note is that, yes, we do have all this conversation about AI, but I don't think people really conceptualize what's happening. And I say this as let me say as an ex-user. You always have people saying, hey, these are things that are happening maybe in the US and other countries, but they don't really conceptualize what is actually happening. And I would like to suggest something. Maybe the team or the task force that is planning towards Beyond Vision 2030, if there's one single investment that will actually make, that will significantly change the country or significantly change the future of the younger generation right now, is deliberately investing in training in AI and technology. You can build all the roads in the world, that's good. We'll build the roads, we'll build the infrastructure, but if we cannot stimulate the young people to actually understand how to quickly adopt AI and technology very fast, I don't think we'll actually have the leap that we're expecting. And I'll give you a good example. A few years back, we were doing charity in different children's homes where we were issuing computers that are old from, all these government offices. And we were training kids as young as 5 years, 7 years, 8 years old on how to use basic computers. And you'll actually be surprised what kind of applications they're able to build by the time they're 13. So yes, I think that is one ask. The second ask, allow me, the second ask is, I've built startups for the last almost 15 years. And I'll tell you for sure, we always feel alone. I've raised capital from some of the biggest investors in the world, but I see so many startups dying every single day. I see startups that are actually building not just for the Kenyan market, but for the African market as a whole. They die every single day. There is no proper structure for support. There is no investor incentives. There's a lot of changing policies that are making investors not want to invest in us. And I can tell you for sure, if you really and truly want to invest in the young people, think about tech and AI. And don't think about it in terms of suggestive, hey, schools teach this and this. No, mandatory. Make it a mandatory class. Make it a mandatory class across the entire curriculum, essentially, for that. That's my 1-2. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Because of time, the media team, you can play the clip in terms of how the young people want to see the future that they want to build today. things that Sydney and the team are building, we want to see how do they look 100 from now.
Now open them. This is Kenya at 100. And it begins in our classrooms. Every child learning, creating and dreaming with a world-class education made for them. A nation of builders, cities dreamed by our own people and raised by our own hands. Every corner connected, from the lake to the ocean, no Kenyan left behind. Powered by the brilliance of our young people, the 75%. Feeding ourselves, sustaining our land, prosperity grown at home. Clean power from our valleys, our winds in the atom. Energy that never runs dry.
Made in Kenya, built by Kenyans, traded with the world. Our wildlife protected, our heritage alive, the world welcomed as family. A thriving blue economy, from the port of Mombasa to every fishing village. Health and dignity for every Kenyan, from the first breath to the last. But this future is not a promise, it is a project, and it begins today with you. And we start building today. A time capsule travels across all 47 counties, awakening builders and dreamers. Your ideas, captured and preserved. The boldest go into development with seed financing ready. Kenya 100, future yetu, tuko ready.
Future yetu? Future yetu? Now you understand the concept of the 100 and the 75, right? Very good students. In this presentation, you've seen a time capsule. Have you seen it? So this time capsule was conceptualized by the over 10,000 young people who applied for these ideas, and it will be flagged off by the matatus we have. There's a time capsule there that will be going across all the 47 counties to collect views, to collect ideas from the young people so that they start building. And there is available financing of at least $1 million shillings per the bold idea that will take Kenya to the next level. I would like to invite Kevin to slightly talk about the capsule, then we finish up.
I am a beneficiary of the friendship of Alliance High School alumni. Bernard drags me into every room that opens up for him. So I am very grateful to Alliance High School for that friendship that they extend to people. My young creators also tend to speak very quickly, and so I get the work of explaining things a bit carefully because we are required to bring everybody along. So will you allow me to do that? So what didn't land before the video happened is a website that has been created by this able team. The website is live as we speak, hackkenya100.com. This website is being populated and advertised by a group of young people who you may not have met because they are in the far end where there are two matatus. Now, what is happening, many people who are picking up the mic, they are addressing His Excellency. What these young people are doing, they are saying, Your Excellency, we have a solution to help because the government cannot create jobs for everybody. And in our presence, we have a 16-year-old who has already announced his intention to eye the same seat. So young people who are in our midst, we must quit asking the government and we must start building solutions. And what this team has done, They have provided a website where if you see a shortcoming in any service delivery, propose it as what they are calling the hack. Are we together so far? So, you would be saying, Your Excellency, we have provided a hack. Can we get funding for this hack? Now, these ideas are not limited to Kenya. I need you to know we have a community of over 400,000 Kenyans in the diaspora. In the interest of time, I may not go through all of them. So the hack involves how can we interact with Kenyans in the diaspora. We have very many Kenyans who, many years, we've been exporting our brains. We export our brains from Nyeri, from Kericho. We export our brains everywhere. Somebody said when you're in front of the head of state, there is heat. The heat is acting on me. Allow me to gain my composure. Aya, sawa. So now what is going to happen is that there are communities of Kenyans in the diaspora. How are we connecting with them to link up with them and solve these solutions? Because in our interactions with Kenyans in the diaspora, they want to come back to Kenya, isn't it? You know Kenyans in the diaspora want to come back to Kenya, isn't it? What will they find? They will find these businesses that they need to expand. And so if you are in our midst and you're following us, that is what Hack 100 is about. Allow me to do the second bit of explanation, which my team did very quickly. And I will use a visual aid. Why? We must bring everybody along. Are we together? So they mentioned Hack 100, and then they said there is a capsule. So we carried a capsule to be able to explain where the idea of the capsule came from. So a capsule is this shape, and I know it is small. So we carried a bigger one so that we bring everybody along. So this capsule is going to go everywhere where Kenyans are so that you can put your ideas in it. So I'm going to open this capsule. So this capsule is going to be the conversation builder amongst young people. Instead of begging the government to do things, what ideas have you put in this capsule so that when we reach your location, we can unpack the contents of this capsule. When this capsule goes all around, we will preserve our memories, we will preserve our aspirations, and it is proposed for these ideas to be preserved, and hopefully when we celebrate Kenya at 100, it will be opened to see, did we make it? Did we not? Was the dream achievable? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. The capsule is way bigger than it is, and it's outside the matatus. Thank you, Your Excellency, and that is all the time we had.
Asante sana. Thank you to the team, Bernard, and the rest of them, Mika and all. This is just the beginning. There's an online platform where you can interact with all the features that they have showcased here, and you'll be able to do that. And again, just to reiterate, as I call on the next round of stakeholders who are here in many ways as representatives, as citizens, but also with the bodies that they represent, the sectors that they represent, I should say. And as we do that, as we set up this particular sitting for them, I'd like to call on the Deputy President. Deputy President, Professor Kithure Kindiki, if you may, because just as a quick word, because in this conversation as we move forward, we are looking at where do we go from here? How will different stakeholders engage in the national conversation? So we do have representation from a Kenya Association of Manufacturers. We have from the National Securities Exchange. And just as well as someone who has seen the journey over the years with the previous administrations, much as what we are charting forward is going to surpass and go beyond just particular governments. But we have seen the contribution of the previous government to the Vision 2030. That was led by the late President Mwai Kibaki. That was led by President Uhuru Kenyatta. And now that this particular leadership has contributed to in bringing success to Vision 2030 and pushing it forward. So how, in your view, you would say we have an outlook to build beyond Vision 2030, just as we set up this stage, and I'll call on those stakeholders to come up and speak. Just as the President gave a quick word here, karibu sana to the Deputy President, Professor Kithure Kindiki. Tumpe makofi tafadhali.
Wakenya hoye! Wakenya hoye! Mheshimiwa Rais, nimeulizwa ya kwamba kwa dakika 3 niseme hatua ambazo serikali imepiga katika kupeleka Kenya mbele na ruwaza ya kuboresha maisha ya Wakenya ili tuwe kati ya nchi zilizoendelea katika siku za usoni. I am proud to report on behalf of the government of Kenya that the last 4 years, under the leadership of President William Ruto, we have been able to do a number of things. And I want to highlight some of the steps that we've taken as a country in taking the development of our country forward from where President Ruto found it. Number 1, this administration has been able to stabilize our economic fundamentals that underwrite our long-term development path. The pillars of development, agriculture, industry, business, enterprise, and so forth, infrastructure, must rest on strong, stable economic fundamentals. All the indicators are showing to a stable economy, a strong currency. For the last 2.5 years, the Kenyan currency has been stable. We found it at 162, 165 to the dollar. It has been stuck at 129 for 2.5 years, showing economic stability. We have multiplied our foreign exchange reserves from $5.7 US in 2022 to today, $15.1 billion US, the highest foreign exchange reserves in the history of our country. When President Ruto took over, we didn't have enough foreign exchange. And of course, foreign exchange is a factor for international trade and stabilizing the economy. We have also been able to reduce interest rates. We have also been able to be rated favorably, not by ourselves, but by international sovereign rating agencies. Standards and Poor's, Moody's have now upgraded the economy of Kenya to a stable economy. And there are many other fundamentals that I can speak to, including moderating inflation from 9.6% where we found it to now a stable under 6%, and we are still working on the issue of inflation. Of course, on that front also, we have been able to attract last year the highest amount of foreign direct investment in the history of our country, $3.2 billion US. This is a report of the United Nations agency, UNCTAD, last year. And all these things put together are showing a stable economy. The central bank lending rate to commercial banks has come down from 13.5% to 8.75% at the moment. The price of government paper, government bonds, and treasury bills has come down, and now that means private sector can access credit and so forth and so on. We have stabilized the economy. Number 2, we've been able to work on the agricultural transformation, and we have achieved a number of things under the agricultural transformation pillar. We have been able, for example, to register our farmers. We used to work on guesswork. We didn't know how many farmers we have, where they are, what they grow, the size of their farms, the kind of fertilizer they need. Now we have a register of 7.2 million farmers. We have also been able to increase our production of some of the major value chains in agriculture. Maize production has grown from 44 million bags in 2022 to 75 million bags last year to underwrite our food security. Unga prices have also been moderated from 250 shillings to right now around 140, 150 for 2 kilograms. We've also been able to transform the coffee sector by removing cartels and increasing our production of coffee, and also the income to coffee farmers has now grown from 60, 70 shillings a kilo of cherry to about 120 to 160 per kilogram of cherry. Our tea production has grown from $138 billion shillings, 138 billion shillings in 2022 to last year's 215 billion shillings. Our sugar production has grown from 472,000 metric tons in 2022 to last year's 815,000 metric tons of sugar. And therefore, that is a big milestone in terms of that value chains. And we have now more farmers benefiting in that sector. We have revived the industries and the factories in the sugar sector and so forth and so on. So we are also now the largest producer of processed milk in Africa, because we have moved our milk production, processed milk, from 4.6 billion liters a year in 2022 to currently, by last year, 5.5 billion liters. Kenya now has overtaken 3 other countries, and we are the #1 producer of processed milk in the African continent. So we have done some progress. We are vaccinating our livestock to make sure we get herd immunity so that we can promote exports of livestock products. Right now we have vaccinated 8.9 million heads of cattle, and we're in the process of achieving the target of over 70% immunization. We are also promoting dairy farming, and by also managing the price of sexed semen, which we found at 8,000 per dose, and now it is at 1,400 per dose. More farmers are getting hybrids through sexed semen. So that is agriculture. Number 3, education, very quickly. This is quick fire. In education, we've done a few things. One, we've been able to streamline CBC curriculum. The uncertainties which were there around the curriculum have now been stabilized. We have transitioned from one level to another, which is seamless. Number 2, we have increased funding to education from 500 billion shillings 2022. This year, it's 784 billion shillings. And that is a big leap in this sector. Funding for universities has increased from 42 billion shillings in 2022 to 82 billion shillings last year. Scholarships to university students was increased from 17 billion shillings in 2022 to 41 billion shillings last year. We have employed 100,000 teachers. We have constructed 23,000 classrooms. We have improved on the funding model for our universities, and there is a bill before Parliament now to make sure that every young person, every student who qualifies to join university is funded fully and completely without any regard to the kind of background they come from. So those are some of the highlights we've done in the education sector. Work in progress. Universal health care, we have moved the number of Kenyans with public medical insurance cover from 8 million under NHIF to currently 32.2 million Kenyans. We are working to modernize the equipment enhance drug supply, and make sure that our health professionals are motivated to make sure that we perfect the universal health coverage. Number 5, on public infrastructure, we are working on roads, railway, airports, seaports. On the roads sector, when President William Ruto took over, many roads are stalled, and we didn't have money to unlock that funding. Through innovative resource mobilization, we've been able to pay all road contractors the pending bills. And today, the roads that are stalled across Kenya, which amount to 6,000 kilometers across the 47 counties, we've paid all the pending bills, 177 billion shillings, and the contractors now are back. Every county is experiencing road construction, including areas of our country that for a long time had been left out. You have heard about the famous Ruto Road from Isiolo to Modogashe to Kulamawe. You've heard about that road? Barabara itoke Isiolo, iende Kulamawe, iende Modogashe, iende Samata, itoke Samata, iende Wajia. Wajia Tarabaj. Tarabaj itoke hapo iende Kotulo. Itoke Kotulo Kobo. Kobo Elwak. Elwak Gare. Gare Ramu. Itoke Ramu iende Mandera. Rais Ruto ni fire, si fire. You must also be aware that under this administration, we are connecting the port of Lamu through Ijara to Garissa to Isiolo, areas of our country that for a long time had been left out. But we are also working on extending the SGR from Naivasha into Kisumu, Busia, Malaba. That project is ongoing as we speak today. We are building a new terminal, a new airport at Jomo Kenyatta, something we had not imagined we could do it. 155 billion shillings, again through innovative funding arrangements to make sure that we have modern infrastructure. Right now, we also have a port modernization program, which is about 60 billion. And that is taking place at the port of Mombasa, seaports, airports, railways, roads, because that is what will take us to the first world. The so-called shiny things. I had a not so informed critic saying that we don't want shiny things. The difference between the third world, where we are, and the first world, partly is the shiny things. There are better roads, better airports, better facilities across the board. So that's what we are doing around infrastructure. Energy, the president has mentioned, we have moved connectivity to 10.3 million households, up from 8.9 million households. The target is to reach all the households of Kenya, the 15.6 million homesteads. And in the next 4 years, we'll have achieved that target of universal electricity connection. But we need our production capacity to go up. And that's why President Ruto has come up with the National Infrastructure Fund to be able to rejig the agricultural transformation agenda, to rejig our energy production capacity, and also to help us with irrigation and to help us with the infrastructure as we continue expanding on what already has been done. As you are aware, ladies and gentlemen, very quickly as I wind up, you have a few other highlights. We are trying to create as many jobs as possible to the people of Kenya. We have a number of programs. The Kazi Kwa Ground program through affordable housing, 650,000 Kenyans already working in that space, working towards 1 million Kenyans plus. We also have Kazi Mtandaoni, about 300,000 Kenyans who are earning a living through digital jobs. How have we created digital jobs? By increasing connectivity of the fiber optic cable. Right now we have built over 30,000 kilometers of the fiber optic cable terrestrially on our land to make sure that we have connectivity. And we are also doing ICT hubs, already completed 382 ICT hubs, and another 416 hubs are under construction to be completed in the course of the year. But we are also creating jobs through the Overseas Employment and Job Creation Program, Kazi Maju, 538,000 Kenyans, facilitated by government, which has put in place a transparent program of promoting overseas labor. And this has helped us to increase the remittances from our diaspora so that we can use that money to build our economy. So we are creating that. Just allow me to say maybe one last thing that I left out around public infrastructure. We've made a lot of progress. Since 1987, that is the last year that Kenya built a good international standard stadium, and that was Kasarani in 1987 during the All African Games. President Ruto has put up Talanta, the Raila Odinga Talanta Sports Center. It is there for all to see, 60,000 seater. And on that basis, we are hosting AFCON 2027, together with Uganda and Tanzania. President Ruto's administration has also refurbished Kasarani and Nyayo into international standards. And above all, and most important, President William Ruto's administration is currently building 32 other stadiums across the counties of Kenya. No other administration has been able to improve the sports infrastructure to that level. Your Excellency the President, we have done some work. A lot of work needs to be done. You have laid the foundation. We now, as we have this conversation, we want to see what levers we have to take our country to the next level. And already, the coming into force of the National Infrastructure Fund and the Sovereign Wealth Fund, those two instruments of financial and resource mobilization will take Kenya to the next level. I believe that, as Professor Hino told us, Kenya and Africa is able to venture into the league of wealthy, developed nations. We just need good leadership. We also need confidence in ourselves that what other nations can do, what other races can do, the African race can also generate countries that can move from poverty and move into progress. It is possible. And therefore, Mr. President, as I sit down, I want to challenge ourselves as Kenyans not to be dismissive and skeptical all the time, and to depoliticize the development of our country. We can politicize everything else. Let us not politicize the development of our country, because if we do so, then we see some of the results that have created the kind of gaps that we have seen. So we need confidence in ourselves, the ability of our nation to rise. We need strong leadership, and we must insulate, as we have this conversation, this country from policy disruption. The biggest threat of African countries, the biggest threat of the developing countries is policy disruption, where some of the things that I've talked about have been put in place, but they are disrupted when there is a change of administration. Somebody comes with their ego as opposed to the national interest, and they want to change this, to change the other, to disrupt this, instead of perfecting the foundation on which our country has been raised. Thank you very much. God bless you. I submit.
Asante sana to the Deputy President, Professor Kithure Kindiki. As you can tell, many of those points he can even speak in his dream, even as we dream into beyond 2030. So let me talk to stakeholders, at least some representatives who have been in the journey of Vision 2030 and are going to be part of the journey moving past this into 2060, 2063 as Kenya turns 100. So ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome on stage Mugo Kibati, who is the CEO of Telkom Kenya. But for this conversation, what you will find very, very, very key is he has been the CEO of the Vision 2030 Delivery Secretariat and will be lending some hindsight with that. We have the voice of the civil society, and for this, we'll have Bina Maseno, the Executive Director, Badili Africa, wherever she is seated. She's right over there. She's approaching. Please give her a round of applause. We also have from faith-based organizations, Bishop Mark Kariuki, who is Bishop at the Deliverance Church of Kenya, mahali yako, aweze kuungana nasi, ndio hapo. Karibu sana, Bishop. We also have representation from the manufacturers. And for this, I'd like to call on Marianne Musangi, the Vice Chair of the Kenya Association of Manufacturers. Ladies and gentlemen, from early this morning, one of the first people here, he's really used to being up early for trading. I'm talking about Frank Mwiti, the CEO of the Nairobi Securities Exchange. And he has been here waiting to give us what he feels is the vision going forward. And we also have Jean Gidinji, who is a strategy consultant as well as an entrepreneur from the creative side of life. As you can see, she has a lot of creativity around her, and you're looking beautiful. Karibu sana to the panel. Thank you all for joining us. And I will start with Mugo, perhaps just for purposes of hindsight, from where we have come with Vision 2030, now we are surging forward. Yes, there has been a lot of achievements, but there's a lot of work still to do, especially for the young master here, Bwana Adrian, over there, who's still with us, taking points as you were speaking. Mugo, how do we determine, because the question to the Deputy President was, there's what was achieved with the administrations then, as Vision 2030 was coming into fruition and to be rolled out. But how do we determine that there's continuity beyond whatever leadership is in charge for the betterment of the nation?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mark, and good afternoon, everybody. We're now on the 18th year since the launch of 2030, and on MTP4, the fourth medium-term plan. And the Deputy President has done a good job of explaining MTP4 achievements. I would like to say that there have been achievements in MTP1, MTP2, MTP3, as well as MTP4. And it is important that we all remember that the administrations that have come from 2008, from the late President Kibaki, President Kenyatta, now President Ruto, have all been on the Vision 2030 program through the 5-year development plans. The challenge, and the Vision 2030 team also gave us a rundown of what has been achieved and accomplished over those 18 years. The political pillar, I think, stands out because the Constitution was delivered. Devolution came in. So MTP1, the Constitution was delivered. MTP2, we had devolution now finally being enacted. We also had infrastructure developments, tremendous ones from the first MTP to the current MTP. We have had infrastructure developments across the board. There were parts of the, we focus a lot on Thika Highway and the Expressway, but there are parts of this country, I should tell Kenyans, that in 2008 were not reachable. The Isiolo-Moyale Road, for instance, didn't exist. And that not only connected those parts, the northern part of the country to the center of the country, but actually changed economic activity tremendously. Safety along that highway changed everything. So there's been roads and ports and energy. Kenyans were connected in every corner of this country to electricity. What has been more challenging has been what I would call the longer-term transformation projects, whether they be infrastructure, such as the Greenfield Terminal, the airport, LAPSET, Konza, social infrastructure, social projects, which are fundamental to where we need to get to in 2063. Mzee Jomo Kenyatta, I think there was a clip earlier on, at independence talked about ignorance, poverty, and disease. And at the end of the day, whether it be Vision 2030 or 2063 or 2060, and all the projects we undertake, they will not be felt by the Mwananchi unless we deal with those three elements. That's what gives dignity to the citizen. And education, access to affordable quality healthcare, access to affordable housing or security is a difficult social project to undertake, but must be undertaken. And we have had, you saw that the social pillar is not as high up there as a political pillar, because for some of those social programs, funding was a problem. And funding for universal health care, funding for affordable housing, funding for our retirement, our pension fund, funding our savings, a savings culture in this country so that we can be able to deploy our savings rather than borrow money for these big infrastructure projects has been challenging and requires continuity. So you find that in MTP1, there was quite a bit of thinking around that, how do we enhance our savings rate to 30%? How do we ensure education, healthcare, affordable housing, and universal? But the political will to really raise the funds was challenging. And that only happened in MTP4, in this current administration. And I know that there have been a lot of debate about the execution, but first and foremost, it's important to acknowledge that as we move into the post or beyond 2030 period, we have done this in this current MTP, forced ourselves. I've been taxed a lot higher than I was taxed 4 or 5 years ago. Why? Because for shared prosperity, and it has got to be shared prosperity, we have to have everybody in this country, wherever they are, accessing those social amenities, healthcare, education, and a rooftop. Now, back to your specific question about continuity.
Yes,
the challenge has been that with each successive administration, and I'm glad that the Deputy President himself alluded to that, him being one of the leaders of one of the administrations, have not necessarily hewed to continue the programs of the previous administrations. That's number one. Vision 2030 as a holistic program has sort of been lost to the public. So we had the big four, we had the better in the current administration, but sometimes the public doesn't understand that this is part of the holistic Vision 2030. So I think it is important, Your Excellency, that we have, and constitutionally, Article 43 doesn't give us an option for some of these services to be delivered to Wananchi. So I think that we must move beyond the Constitution and create a law, enact a law on national planning and economic development that forces each successive administration to actually continue with the programs that, in this particular case, take us to beyond 2030 to 2063. And if there's a review to be done, because every 5 years, every administration has a right to have its own political priorities. Actually, Vision 2030 was designed with that in mind. Why have an election? You must have your own priorities. But they must be geared towards achieving the national development plan, the national vision. And if any changes have to be undertaken or tweaked, they must be according to the national development plan or economic planning law. And that is why I feel very strongly that this conversation is important, because a robust conversation must be held by the public. The Hack 100 Years group is an example of why we must involve everybody. Because that wouldn't come from me and my generation. That comes from a younger crowd who know how to speak to the majority, the under 35, 75%.
So allow me to interject on that point, and you could pass it then to Bina Maseno, the Executive Director of Badili Africa. You ran for office earlier at 22, I believe, and so you've seen what has happened in successive governments. But in the same breath of making sure this reaches the people, because this is not just a conversation here, it's just starting. How do we ensure that this indeed is owned and bought in by the people, Wananchi. And the president has committed and said, this is not a government project. We are facilitating, but it's not a government project. How do we take it to the people? They own it because they will take it beyond successive governments.
Thank you very much. And thank you so much to the organizers of this particular session. Mark, I'd first of all like to point out two things that I haven't heard, but also appreciate the conversations that are happening. I think just going from what has been presented here in terms of development, I'd like us to interrogate further how we look at development from the traditional sense of it. And so as I sat behind there, of course, I heard about our plans when it comes to roads, when it comes to housing, when it comes to agriculture. I kept asking myself, how useful will that road be if as a young woman or just as a woman, I can't walk on it safely at night? I kept asking myself, when it comes to even us discussing about the 24-hour economy, when we are struggling with the safety conversation in this country, and we're not able to look at safety as an infrastructure. For women in this country, it doesn't matter where you come from, whether it's in the rural areas, in the community, every other day you're negotiating what time you're leaving the house, what time you're coming back home, who you need to share your details with in terms of where you're going. You're taking the number plate of the Uber you're riding on. You're being harassed at the matatu sector. And why I'm saying that is because when you look at the informal economy, and we are trying to talk about investing in the informal economy, if a woman has to negotiate with what time they leave the house, I'll talk briefly, Mark, about my own mother who runs a grocery shop. Yeah, my own mother will leave the house at 6 and not at 5 a.m. because her leaving at 5 a.m. means she not only risks being robbed, but she also risks being raped. Not many men think about being raped at 5 a.m. And at 5 a.m., I'll tell you the truth, transport from Kayole to Marikiti is cheaper than taking matatu at 6 a.m. when it's 100. If you take it at 5, it's about 50 shillings. And so she's losing money in terms of capital because of safety, yeah? And so when we don't integrate that, when I think about care work, and it's, I mean, we've done research in this country, women spend about 4 to 6 hours on care work. And care work is the bedrock, it's the foundation of how this country runs when it comes to economic development. Who takes care of our children, who feeds our children. Most of us are here because someone is managing most of those details at home. I'm comfortable here because someone is taking care of my son at home, yeah? And so when we talk about development and don't expand it in terms of how can we reduce the amount of time women spend on care work, especially if we say they are the backbone of our economy. And so when I look at, Kenya at 100, and you ask me a question about, yes, running for office and where we are going to. When I look at even the representation of women and young people in this country, when we go down to the numbers and say, are young people represented, are young people included, what does data show us? If you look at the 2022 statistics, the numbers in 2022, we had 16,100 candidates on the ballot, from the presidency all the way to the member of county assembly, whether you are running in whichever political party or you're running as an independent candidate. 14,000 were men, only 2,000 were women. So if we talk about even achieving the 2/3 gender rule, it means even if the 2,000 women, all of them won, we still would not have achieved the 2/3 gender principle. And so then that begs the question, what are some of the structural issues that we continuously need to deal with so that we level the playing field for both women and young people? Because if we don't have representation when it comes to Kenya at 100, then it means the future we are building is incomplete because it leaves half the population out. And so for me, I'm reflecting on how we're looking at development in terms of what we are building, but also how do we expand people's freedoms and capabilities. Lastly, we talk about agriculture. I'm just going by also what other speakers have spoken about. We talk about agriculture, we talk about building more classrooms. But before a child enters the classroom, their diet is so important because data shows that if you don't have quality diet, you're going to have stunted growth. It has an impact on your cognitive ability. And so even as we think about building other classes, how are we thinking about the nutrition of our citizens so that we can be better in terms of contributing to the solutions of this country, and you're not struggling with stunted growth, because we're already at 18% of stunted growth when it comes to children under 5 years in this country. And so for me, I think it's just us expanding the definitions to just not include, yes, infrastructure, but also look at how these other aspects of our lives intersect with development.
Thank you for that, Bina. Let's give her a hand for that holistic view and an expansion to the prism at which, and I'm passing it on to Marianne Musangi because she's kind of gone into what you would be looking at, and she's mentioned the aspect of a wider look and perspective of what we term as development. So it's not just the hardware, which 2030 has delivered, Vision 2030, the hardware, the infrastructure, but the holistic environment that brings safety into it. She's spoken to that. But for you, as the vice chairperson of the Association of Manufacturers, what does 2063 or 2060 look like to you, or at least what would you like it to look from the sector that you represent?
Thank you, Mark. I think we're all here to fight for a space and a seat on the table. I think it's very clear that all of us do need to have a seat on this table as we develop this Vision 2060. A vision needs to be bold and audacious. And if it's not bold and audacious, the country just won't move forward. Coming from representing Kenya Association of Manufacturers, the manufacturers, watu wangu, watu wetu, I've been sent here to say our vision for the manufacturing sector is to be the leading manufacturing nation in sub-Saharan Africa. Why is this critical? This is critical because currently today, the manufacturing sector has stabilized at the 7% mark contribution to GDP. Some may look at the glass half empty and say, oh, you're not growing. But you know what? We've been resilient. We have sustained at least that 7%. How do we grow to the next level? And why is it important we grow to the next level? It's important because even though we only contribute 7% to GDP, we actually contribute 16% to revenue KRA collections in terms of industry. We are one of the largest contributors when it comes to taxes. Employment, manufacturing sector is the second largest employer after government in this nation. So you can see, if we were to move from the 7% mark to where Singapore or Vietnam is, which is the 20% mark of their GDP, we're talking about employment of, direct employment of over 2 million people, if not higher, on an indirect perspective, because indirectly, we create traders in the field. We create the matatu industry because we're the ones manufacturing the matatus itself. We would be far larger with regards to employment. And what does development mean in terms of a nation building, industrialization? It is driven by the manufacturing sector. And we can look at the history of that from many countries. The manufacturing sector is extremely critical. So truly, I am here to say that manufacturing does require a seat on the table because we impact all these industries, whether it's through backward integration. She talked about looking at nutrition, levels of nutrition. How do we add value to the foods that we grow? And not only that, how do we take that food and export it to China, export it to Spain, export it to the US? We have trade agreements with 70% of the world. Are we currently taking advantage of those trade agreements? No, we're not. Not even a third of that is being leveraged today. So what am I saying? The infrastructure is in place, but it just needs to be looked at. It needs to be prioritized from the top, from the leadership, that manufacturing must be developed. We must support the people who have been here since the 40s and the 50s. We have local families who have been here for a long time. How do we support those to show that this industry can thrive? Because when that situation looks beautiful, that's when others are attracted into it, right? And as it grows, it will also be able to pull in the small-scale enterprise workers, the small-scale, the mzee who's chongaing a door on the side of the road over there, the lady who in her kitchen is doing personal care and beauty products. They will then be included in the full economy and the industry to grow this nation. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And yes, as we look at a 2060 or 2063, you'd hand it, oh, he already had a mic, but just keep it handy in case there's a audibility issue. She's looked at a figure, 7%, which we can do better. Some may look at it half full or half empty. I'm sure you're looking at your glass as half full, or actually more than full than empty, based on your accolades in the recent years. As CEO of the Nairobi Securities Exchange, there is quite some achievements that you have gotten over the years. However, what do you want to guarantee as an environment to ensure that we keep it on the up and up? Not just sub-Saharan Africa. Even globally, we have been given our credit where it's due. So what do you see availing a brighter future for the Nairobi Securities Exchange?
Thank you, Mark. I'm going to mention 3 things, and that will probably confirm why I was here very early in the morning, seated and waiting for this dialogue to happen. But I will start by confirming that, in fact, the Nairobi Securities Exchange, as part of the larger capital markets ecosystem, has benefited quite a lot, both from Vision 2030, as well as the current administration led by His Excellency. Case in point, just 3 weeks ago, we crossed a historic milestone in our market capitalization, 4 trillion shillings. Okay? Earlier this year, as at the end of June, the NSE was ranked number 4 in the world, ahead of the likes of Singapore that we aspire to. The only African country that was ahead of us was Nigeria. Otherwise, the people we are competing with is now Japan and Taiwan. On top of that, the previous year, 2025, the NSE was second best performing behind Egypt in Africa. The year before, 2024, we were the top performing exchange in the continent in dollar terms. Now, there's something that is important to actually share with people that they may not know about matters capital. You will know that capital likes return, capital likes dividends, capital likes profit. What people sometimes forget is capital is actually a coward. Capital is a coward. Part of my role leading the exchange is to go out there and speak to investors. There are 3 things that usually happen when you go to interface with serious investors. Think about the likes of BlackRock, Vanguard, Fidelity. These are big boys managing trillions of dollars, bigger than the economies of Africa combined. They give you 1 hour, only 1 hour. In that 1 hour, 30 minutes of that 1 hour is spent understanding the roadmap and the vision of the country. Because if they don't buy into it, forget it. It doesn't matter whether you're printing money. They're not interested. 30 minutes are spent unpacking the vision of the country. The next 15 minutes are spent unpacking the macroeconomic environment, which is why for us as a capital markets, we've benefited a lot from the stable macroeconomic environment that the current government has underscored. The next 15 minutes are spent really confirming whether there is listed companies that they are interested in coming into. So for me, the reason I was here very early in the morning is because I know the dialogue we're having today and the vision we'll craft as a country will tell capital whether to invest here or to invest in a neighboring country. And interestingly, that's not just capital out there. Even local capital here, pension funds, insurance companies, Mugo's money, your money, if you think that you believe the neighboring country has a better vision and a better roadmap, that's where you'll deploy capital. So why do I say capital is a coward? Because the minute capital thinks you don't have a plan, or you're unstable, or you're undecided, it votes with its feet and it goes. Number two, we are here to craft 2060. But today at probably 2 p.m., when we finish, His Excellency the President will stand up, we will also stand up, and we'll sing the national anthem. Pay attention to the last sentence of the first stanza of our national anthem. For those of you who are aware, it says, plenty be found within our borders. The more you interrogate our national anthem, the more you understand that's actually the original vision of this country. This republic every day stands up and sings that national anthem, which actually speaks to the vision we have. Of course, the question now is, as capital markets, what do we want? What we want is, instead of saying plenty be found within our borders, we wanted to say plenty be owned within our borders. What we want is to move people from stakeholders to shareholders. Our market understands ownership. And so Vision 2060 should also be about ownership. We need you and everyone else to have a stake in the country. Our capital markets support that. So I was here at 6 in the morning because it's relevant to the sector that I'm supporting. Thank you.
Thank you for that perspective. And it will be a perfect segue, because Jean, you'll have the last word on this in terms of where we're going. The national anthem is in many ways a prayer. As bishop, you lead many in prayer. As you pray for this nation as well, but you lead others in praying for the nation. And he's spoken about ownership, which is what he looks more forward to, shareholding. And this national conversation goes nowhere if it doesn't have ownership with the Mwananchi. In your view, since you're used to preaching the gospel, getting to our hearts, and I believe by the true gospel, Bishop, how do we get it to the corners of this country and preach that gospel of this national conversation and get more converts?
Thank you very much, Mark, my namesake. This is a very important conversation, because they told me that the strength and the height of any building is dependent on the foundation. So if the foundation is not right, the building will eventually crack. And this conversation is taking us to our vision. Vision is so important that the scriptures have said that where there is no vision, people perish. So if we don't have a vision as a nation, we will perish. Now, so that we get to our foundation, what do we need to do, or what is our foundation? You will agree with me that many people don't know how to think beyond their lifetime. We just think about this moment when we are here. So even when we are talking about Vision 2060, 63, or beyond 2030, we are thinking about ourselves. That tells us we need to know whom do we need to speak to. And the people we need to speak to is to go down to our children, those who will be who will be alive at that time, so that we don't ignore our youth. We go back to school, we go back to the children and ask them, How would you want to see Kenya? Or where do you see yourself? One day, if I may say this, I called children in front before they go to Sunday school. And I asked them, what do you want to be when you grow up? Small kids. Everyone was doing, teacher, 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 teacher. You, doctor. You, teacher. You, engineer. You, politician. You, president. You, every one of them. None of them told me, let me go and ask my mother. Or let me go and ask my father. Why? Because they have a vision. They have a dream. And we need to go back. So if we need to, where we need to invest is in our schools. So we teach our children, number one, how to be patriotic. One of the problems we have in our nation today is that we are so negative. So negative, we never see anything good. And until and unless we go down to the children and we teach them how to be patriotic, and we teach this vision to them so that they can own it. When they own it and they grow up, they become politicians, they will not want to change. To come with their own dreams, because they have a dream they captured from the beginning. When we open up their eyes, they will be able to see beyond what everybody else is seeing. So mine would be that we need to invest in our children and teach them. But we cannot talk about children without talking about teachers. Because the children will receive that which are given by their teachers. So we also need to take teachers seriously and cause them to see that what they are doing is important. There is nobody in here who never passed through a teacher. So we need to consider teachers, and we need to build on teachers so that they can build on the children. Once the children have captured, this young boy here, 7-year-old, he has a vision, he has a dream. Now, if we get all our children to have dreams and to see what the nation, what a nation they would like to look to see when they are old, they will capture it, they will run with it, and we will not be disappointed. Thank you very much.
Let me speak to someone who you probably consider your child in terms of age, and she's, yes, young enough to be your child. Jean Gethinji, as a strategic consultant, you do a lot of work on narratives. And there's what he's given as an example of kids choosing the future. And the vision that they bear is based on a narrative that they have of fashionable careers. You are a creative entrepreneur. So you're looking at beyond the traditional careers that we have. So as you speak to this, tell us a Kenya that you see and hope for in 2060.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Good afternoon. I love that question because I guess my intervention will be less technical and slightly more poetic. So for me, Kenya is a nation that punches above its weight. So if you look at our contributions from our scholars, our writers, our innovators, you know, we give the world M-Pesa, right? Our athletes, we break world records all the time, and even our contributions to World Agenda. The World Urban Forum was first held here in Kenya. This is the forum that actually gets the world to globally dream about sustainable urban development, and we birthed it. So Kenya punches above its weight. So for me, Kenya at 100 is about getting to a point where this excellence that comes to us, that we demonstrate, is part of our lived experience across the nation. So at the risk of sounding repetitive, allow me to share what that means, okay? So you'll dream with me a little. I want only simple things. So in my version of Kenya in 2063, our youth don't have to leave Kenya to see the world. The world comes to them. In 2063, a Kenyan is able to live in Turkana as easily as they would live in Nairobi or Shanghai or New York City. No one will have to compromise access to services, modern experiences, cultural activities, communing with nature. In 2063, most Kenyans can live in Hola as easily as they can in Mombasa because they can find work, They can find a house to live in. They can find good schools for their children. We have great hospitals. We have places of worship. We have parks. You can go to the disco anywhere, right? So the simple dream is that our informal settlements will all be called Old Town, and we will only preserve them for tourism and documentaries, right? So our cities in 2063 are so well planned that we can navigate streets on Google Maps without referencing landmarks like take a left at the green Mama Ali's kiosk, you know? Wouldn't it be nice to be able to take a bullet train from Nyeri to Garissa and be there in less than an hour? In 2063, I wanted that for a water-scarce country, there's water reticulation to every single home. That during prolonged drought, we don't have to sell livestock at throwaway prices. That we actually can harvest rainwater across the country in huge municipal water pans. And during rainy season in Nairobi, Malindi doesn't have brown ocean waters from silt deposits. At 100 years, my hope is that Kenyan youth don't have to choose between paying for electricity tokens and eating nyama for lunch. Wouldn't it be nice not to be afraid of AI taking young creatives' space, but we have the conversation about optimizing it? Wouldn't it be nice to not have to stay at a job you hate because you're so afraid that you won't find gainful employment if you leave? Wouldn't it be so nice not to have to go to India for specialized medical treatment? Or have to join a WhatsApp group to changia someone to go to South Africa because we can't treat their cancer here? It's tragic to me that most families are only one bad illness away from financial ruin, and that working young Kenyans have to deal with black tax and supporting thousands of relatives, okay, it feels like thousands, because the state is not able to roll out social safety nets. I would love for our country to be able to take care of its aging. I would love to receive an actual refund from KRA like the way IRS in America does. Wouldn't it be nice not to have to choose between a career in corporate or creative space because you earn a livable wage either way? I have to be msanii on the side to my strategic job because I like nice things. It would be nice to have that option without having to split myself. And I know so many young people feel the same way. But wouldn't it be nice not to complain about education all the time? That we have people who are able to work in their workplaces with discipline. Wouldn't it be nice if we didn't have Kenyans taking advantage of one another? If we had a value system that allows us to grow with integrity? Wouldn't it be nice to walk at night at 2 a.m. and not fear being robbed, or walk in Tao with my cell phone and it will not be thieved? Wouldn't it be nice not to have to march in cities to end femicide because our systems deal effectively with violence against women, or even against our old aging parents, many of whom are being killed by younger relatives so that they can sell the beach plots and the farms? Wouldn't it be nice to live in a Kenya where you can sleep in comfort? That if there was a country that threw us missiles, we have the best anti-missile, defense systems? You see, I really just want simple things. So Kenya in 2063 for me is not about abstract plans, right? It's about making sure Kenyans experience excellence in everyday living. So this plan for me is about putting in place the systems, the mechanisms, and even a collective consciousness that can deliver this vision and many others for generations to come.
I'll tell you something, Jean, you got the attention of the Commander-in-Chief when you talked about the anti-missile defense system. That's something that definitely has your attention. What next is what we're talking about. This is not conclusive.
as much as we will be inclusive in engaging you in the conversation, those who are watching at home, online, what next is the big question. And as a segue, Bina, I'll hand it to you because as a voice within the civic or civil society space with Badilika Africa, you're very passionate about engaging, giving everyone a chance. Is it the way of having a multi-sectoral team? Is that the way to go? And these are suggestions. No one is wrong. No one knows it all. Not anyone seated here, not Ndi, not anyone. We don't know it all. We're here to share and help each other. And as we do that, as you give us that, what do you think? Is it to give everyone a chance in this conversation? And now Melody will also help us with passing on the mic to the people. What do you think is the next step to take? Not conclusive, but just as a way forward.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Is it okay? Thank you so much once again. So 2 things that I'm reflecting on as you ask that question is that first, even as we look at taking these conversations to the counties, it's just not about decentralizing the conversation to the counties, but democratizing to yes, that word at the county, to ensure that the conversations we're having at the county, how inclusive are they? Who are we missing in the room? Who barely attends conferences? Who are we missing in the room who does not belong to a political party or belong to a CSO conversation? Because even as you spoke about the work we do at Badili. So the fact that we even focus on taking some of these conversations to the salons, you know, and we make sure the person who's braiding your hair, because they're spending 4 hours with you, are they having these conversations? What are their concerns? Because for them, they can't come here because they need to earn a living. In the spaces where we spend our time, at the barber shops, the person who shaves your hair, because they always say men are so faithful to their barbers than even their own partners. But do they understand this particular conversation? Because you guys do a lot of banter, political banter in those spaces. So how are we bringing them in? Or how are we taking those conversations there so that we can actually harvest information on what they really, really want, you know? When it comes to young people, and of course, I'm very happy that, you know, we have students in the room today, like we have young people in the room. We just have people picked from different sectors, which is very, very important. So who convenes at the county? Or who convince this gathering is important, who sets the agenda here is important, who even gathers the thoughts and notes and ensures some of the points end up on the national agenda is very, very important. But Mark, I also wanted to add that even as we talk about where Kenya is going next and we talk about all these challenges, I think we have to also just discuss about how power manifests in our different spaces. Because, you know, every other day we talk about our policies, our strategies, we talk about all those things, and I don't think what we have is a deficit when it comes to the vision that we are talking about. And I think we also just have to move away, because I'm in spaces and we're always discussing about the goodwill of the person who occupies State House or the goodwill of the people who occupy political institutions. I think we just have to move away from just relying on the goodwill of people who occupy political institutions and State House to how citizens can monitor this process, can hold the people accountable on this process, so that even if you leave office today, because we have owned this process, then we are able to hold you accountable, because we have seen the power of the young people and the citizens when it comes to holding leaders accountable, whether it's the finance bill, whether it's the county development plans. And so if the citizens don't own this process, then we're going to have the same challenge that you spoke about, where when a leader leaves office, some of the plans are abandoned. Yeah. But more importantly, Mark, as I wind up on my point, is with the power holders, who decides where the resources are going to be invested is very important. The agenda setting is very, very important. And I think that's why other people feel like they're left behind. And so if we unpack the power dynamics in this country, then I think we'll be off to a good space.
All right. I believe, and Mike, you can just keep this mic handy as well, pun intended, but as you get a feel of the room and help us get as many people. As you've noticed, I've only had one round of a question and just that second one to get us to what we are asking. What next? Doesn't have to be a question. What do you think? What is next?
Asante sana. Mimi naitwa Jasper Moses Mrutu kutoka Taita Taveta from Pare Council of Elders. Pare Council of Elders inasimamia wapare ambao wametengwa kwa miaka mingi sana. Mimi katika kwenda mbele, manake mambo mengi yamezungumzwa, nitaongea kwa bullet. Mapendekezo yangu ni kwamba in 2063 I envision a nation that is developed in whose development is anchored in the Constitution and more specific in the Bill of Rights. Second, I envision 2063 a nation built in foundation of socio-economic inclusion of all communities and groups, including minority and marginalized communities of Kenya. I envision a nation that strengthens, a nation strengthened with the cement of affirmative action for the minority and marginalized communities in Kenya and other disadvantaged communities. I envision a nation with a citizenry and leadership that respects and adhere to its own plans, rules, and policies, that is discipline and integrity. Thank you.
Asante sana, nitaenda nyuma kidogo. Asanteni kwa upande huu. Nitaenda nyuma kidogo kwa vijana pia. Kuna kijana hapa. Mruhusu.
Maybe we'll take one from here and kindly keep it as short as possible. We have so many people and would like to contribute as much as possible. Let's also concentrate on what next. What do you see as the next step?
Thank you so much. Kwa majina naitwa Mwanza, son of Mwanza. Mimi ni kijana wa Mukuru. Wengi wameongea Kizungu, mimi nitaongea Sheng. Nakwambia rais, mimi kama kijana wa Mukuru Affordable Estate nimekuwa nikiishi kwa streets. Sasa hii umenitransform na kaa kutoka affordable house. Hiyo ndio Kenya ambayo ninataka kuona 2060. Kenya ambayo hata ule kijana mdogo, mimi kama rasta, mimi ndio mrasta hapa ndani. Hii ndio equality ambayo unaongelelea. Kwamba pia sisi wa rasta hatutaona kama wezi, but pia tunaona kama watu wa maana. Through affordable house nimeweza kusave pesa. Yenye nilikuwa nalipa rent ya mama yangu na yangu, sasa hii nimerudi shule niko MKU Law School, karibu namaliza shule. Nikuwe wakili kama mtu wa wengine. Mimi kama mtu wa streets ambayo nilikuwa naibia watu hii town. Sasa hivi ninakaa affordable. Sasa hivi vijana wangu wanafanya kazi Bomas, Talanta Stadium na wengine hata huko Maurironi wako napata kichele. Sasa hivi hatuna reason ya kuibia watu, lakini tunapata pesa na tutapeleka Kenya mbele. So kwa hivyo rais, kwa hayo mengi na machache, nasema tutakusupport, na sisi kama vijana wale ambao wanapata affordable hostel wote tutakusupport tuweze kupeleka Kenya mbele ili tuweze kufika 2060. Asanteni sana na Mungu aibariki Kenya.
Asante, twende kwako Gitonga.
Your Excellency, I want to thank you very much for introducing this bold path for Vision 2060. It has come at the nick of time. Vision 2030 build the physical structures for our country. We recognize the immense infrastructure groundwork laid down in the lifespan of Kenya Vision 2030. As we approach now the new dispensation of Vision 2060, our national conversation must start drifting from building physical assets to maximizing technology and technological production, so that we are able to open up more openings for jobs for the youth and other people. Post-2030 era must therefore be driven purely by data, artificial intelligence, and modern technology. If Kenya is to transition into a global competitive, high-income, first-world nation, in this generation, technology cannot be treated as a separate sector. Technology must be the operating system for the entire economy. It is the core engine for agriculture sector, for trade, for manufacturing, for health. Therefore, we need to invest more in technology, especially artificial intelligence. Thank you, Your Excellency.
Asante. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Rais, mtukufu Rais, kwa ajili ya hili kongamano. Niruhusu niongee kidogo kwa ajili ya wana health ama healthcare. Na nataka kupea shukrani ya dhati kama healthcare fraternity representing the Cancer Society of this country. My name is Phoebe from Kenyan Network of Cancer Organizations. Tulipoongea tukakuelezea kuhusu SHA, ulisikia na ukafanya ile inaitwa expanded package. Kwa hiyo tunasema kwa oncology benefit, tunasema kuendelea kwa future. Tungependa kuona future ambayo hospitali inaenda kwa wagonjwa na sio wagonjwa kukuja kwa hospitali. Hiyo inamaanisha nini? Kuhakikisha kwamba primary healthcare, prevention na primary healthcare imesisitizwa pale mashinani, kwa sababu already tuko na wale wanaitwa community health promoters. How well can we make use of them to ensure that in the vision we are not handling a sick country, because looking at the statistics in the future, the numbers of non-communicable diseases are meant to arise. But how do we ensure that even as we move to the future, there is more healthy population? And that is just strengthening what Singapore has done, primary healthcare and prevention healthcare, and strengthening what you already started with the universal health coverage to ensure that we talk prevention. Where are the diseases? Diseases are in the urban planning, they're in the schools, they're in the food industries. How do we ensure they're in the lifestyles? How do we ensure that we speak promotion more and speak prevention more? And we can assure you that if we do that and handle primary healthcare, community healthcare, and prevention, we will ensure there is not only a prosperous future for this country, but a healthier 2063 and beyond. Thank you. Asante.
Jambo jambo Kenya. Melala jambo jambo Kenya. My name is Rosaline Alionya from Kakamega County. I'm a young person from the ODM party, and I'm privileged to be here. Now, in the Azimio manifesto in the previous election, my party leader had an idea of having one county produce one product. And I'm seated here wondering, if my county Kakamega produces maize, why is it that we have maize milling farms in Thika, we have maize milling farms in Nairobi, and not have those maize milling farms in Kakamega, so that those farmers and their children also, apart from doing the agriculture, they can also take part in the processing of the sugar and the selling of the sugar. And if we devolve this development project that we are talking about, we'll be able to create more jobs even in the marginalized communities. So if we can be able to look at this issue of one county, one product, it will be a great deal. Lastly, I've heard Professor Hin from Japan talk about us focusing on childhood education. But why is it that when Alana gets good grades, we always create for them an ample opportunity? When they're getting maybe 400 marks from primary, they get an opportunity in a national school. When they get good grades, they get an opportunity in good universities. But when these children get first-class honors, we never really create a platform for them so that these brains are able to transition directly into the human capital of our industries within the country, so that we are not able to export them outside. Lastly, mwisho, mimi kama mkazi wa Kakamega, I want shiny things, Mr. President.
Asante sana. What next? Ndio kitu ambacho tunauliza. What next?
Kwa majina naitwa Hilary Kiptalu Cheruiyot. I'm a professional marathon athlete, and I was privileged, I'm very happy to be given this by a particular juncture, even as professional marathon athlete, to put our input in this conversation. Kwa leo tungetaka kushukuru President wa Kenya Dr. William Samoei Ruto kwa sababu kuna vitu tunaona kama wakimbiaji yenye amefanya, na sisi kama wanariadha hapo awali hatuko tunaona kama tuko na mwelekeo, na ya muhimu sana kuhusu hii maneno Vision 2030 and beyond. Sisi kama wanariadha tungetaka kusaidia wa Kenya kwa vile mnatuelewa, sisi kama wanariadha tumeweka Kenya kwa picha mzuri pale duniani pale, na kwa hivyo sisi kama wanariadha tungetaka tena tupewe chance ya kuweza kumarket tuwekwe front kwa hii Vision 2030 and beyond, tuweze kama wanariadha kusaidia wa Kenya na kusaidia president kushika mkono kwa hii vision. Alafu ya pili, kama mwanariadha tuko na agenda kama wanariadha tuweze kuchukua Kenya, tusaidie Kenya kuchukua Kenya ielekee Singapore. Tuko na mipango ya kukimbia, kutumia hii talanta yetu yenye Mungu ametusaidia, tukimbie hata tunapokimbia dunia, tuweze kuonyesha Kenya sisi tuko na agenda ya kuchukua Kenya to Singapore and beyond. Within Vision 2030 tunataka kupewa forum ama platform kama wanariadha, tuweze kuketi na president, tuweke mipangilio yetu kwa meza kama wanariadha, ndio tukue considered pia sisi. Asante.
Basi, please pick 2 more questions from that side. We'll pick from this side. Naona hapo ndio mambo iko moto kabisa, kisha tuanze sasa kumalizia. So 2 questions from that side, as we also get 2 questions from this side as we get closer to winding up.
Thank you. Please allow me to use the stage so that everyone can see me. Thank you. To everyone present, good morning. Good afternoon, sorry, good afternoon. I am Young Fortune. I'm a host of a kids program in Citizen TV. And I also sing gospel songs under 7 Heaven Music, which is owned by Guardian Angel. I am so thankful for this opportunity. And first of all, I want to thank God for giving us this wisdom to actually gather as a nation to talk about something good that will come into the future. Let me tell you, people of Kenya, your children are very, very talented. Do you know that? They are very talented. They have the passion. They have everything that it takes. But there's one thing that they are lacking. It's that support that we need from the government. I would love to request if every county can have a big center where every child there their talent can be nurtured so that they can be able to grow. We look in the social media. Other countries, children are supported. They go outside their countries to share what they have. But in Kenya, we feel a bit of left out. And if that could happen, we would be so happy. In programs like this, let us be called. Let us show you guys what we can do. I also have a point on something I feel is very, very important, and we have not talked about it well. It is the environment. As we know, we have climate change, right? Do you know that we have climate change? And as we move forward, I feel like if we don't work on it, then we are going to be experiencing something worse than what we are experiencing right now, right? So I would love us to take this a chance to continue planting trees. Let the government make sure that industries are using the correct methods to dispose their waste. Yes. So that is what I felt I needed to tell you. Thank you so much for this program. It is very, very helpful. You are building our country, and we feel that we are seen. May God bless Kenya, and may we all work together towards achieving this.
We have a question on this side. One question mark on this side.
Asante. Wakumalizia upande huu kindly.
Hello, Your Excellency. This is Peter Joshua from Kakamega. I'm presenting Nyota, youth from Kakamega region. Now, I have one question. As you know, many youths have got difficulty in accessing financing. In your government, you said something to do with AGPO. AGPO, access to government procurement opportunities for youths. You said that 30% belongs to youths. Now, sometimes we get those chances, yes, but financing, after getting LPO from the national government, to finance that LPO is very hard for us. So, how can this government help us to finance those LPOs as we proceed with supplying new products with national government? Recently, I secured national government LPO worth 600,000 that was to supply 100 bags of maize, but it was turned down due to lack of enough finances. Now, how can we be able to, how can this government help us in Vision 2060 to be able to accommodate the youth in accessing the national government funds without requesting for collateral securities, that is logbook and what we call title deeds, which many of youth under 25 doesn't have any of those, Your Excellency. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. President. My name is Diana Mwansia, a student leader from JQuat, a school rep, School of Communication and Development Studies. My question is, we have had the conversation about the national conversation about beyond 2030 vision. My question is, after this, what's next? Yes, what's the step after this? Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much, Mark Masai.
Asante sana. What next? And perhaps you've read my notes because that is the last question. 30 seconds to all of us. What next? The question has been posed to the president and he will answer it as a citizen as well when we invite him not to conclude but to invite the start of this national conversation. Asanteni sana for the passion that you have shown to speak and to weigh in on this. It's not the last day. It's just the first of a journey we've started. A journey he has walked. So in 30 seconds, what next? Mogo.
Thank you. Very quickly, 2 quick points on the way forward. Learning from the lessons of Vision 2030. The challenge of continuity. I want to reiterate the notion that we do need a national law that entrenches Vision 2063. And for that to happen, because you can't ring-fence budgets and performance management to specific flagship projects without that. That's a lesson that we've learned. We need to do that. But for that to happen, we need a robust conversation, a robust national conversation across the entire country. And hopefully, just to take Professor Hino's suggestion of a committee of experts, that committee of experts must be properly constituted, credible, independent, be able to elevate the discourse about politics, and most importantly, engage the public through different mediums or media. The younger generation, as demonstrated by the Hack Kenya 63 group that came here, is an example of many ways of engaging the public. So the committee of experts will have to find a way to engage that type of a public as well, and those diverse media, and be able also to carry the conversation to differentiate between the long-term objectives of Vision 2063 and what is immediate, because what's clearly emerging is that we've got immediate needs that must be addressed, but at the same time, we must think about the future of this country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think for me is to say that Kenya at 2063 does not just look at housing in terms of building more homes, but how safe are we in those homes? Not just more roads, but how safe are we when it comes to using those roads? How inclusive are those roads when it comes to even people with disability accessing those roads? Not just bora kazi, but what is the quality of the work that people are doing? Access to dignified lives, meaningful work, and also reducing the underemployment so that you can match your skills to the work that you wanted to do after school. Kenya at 2063 is able to redistribute care work, is able to reduce the amount of time our caregivers are spending on care work, and they're able to take that time when it comes to development. Kenya at 2063 does not treat violence and femicide as just a gender issue or a women's issue, but it treats femicide and violence as a national security issue that is actually a threat to our development. Kenya at 2063 is just not looking at building more classrooms, but also the quality of education that our children are accessing when it comes to those classrooms, the quality of diet our children are accessing before they even enter that classroom. And lastly, Kenya at 2063 is representative when it comes to women and youth being represented in political institutions. But we're not talking about a country where the median age is 19, but then the median age of a politician in the continent is 63, and you can get to see that gap. So a country where the majority of the citizens in this country are able to see themselves, not just at the table, but they are also able to shape the conversations on that particular table. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So I think this is on. So I think what next is demonstrated by our open mic session. People need to be heard. So we need to convene these forums where people speak their heart, speak their vision, and then we need to listen. And then our committee of experts can craft those into plans that can deliver a lived experience that reflects the aspiration, the dreams of Kenyan people. Thank you.
Thank you. 3 things. I think the first one is, for us from a capital markets perspective, we would love that the capital markets is embedded in Vision 2060. What does that mean? What that means is that every Kenyan, if you have a business, if you have a project, you are able to actually come to our market and raise capital seamlessly without friction. We need to make that possible. Number 2, we need to be able to democratize wealth. Why? You know, I keep going back to our national anthem because I truly, truly do believe it's our regional vision. The national anthem talks about farm may we stand to defend. People will only defend something they own. In order for us to be able to defend the vision in terms of its crafting and implementation, we need people to own both the vision as well as the underlying resources that go to making the vision a reality. And then the last thing is, we actually want to have more listings in our market. We want to have more privatizations, and the government has done a fantastic job of enabling that to happen. Case in point, the Kenya pipeline. But we want to have more of these homegrown businesses listed on the exchange. That way, every Kenyan has a stake. Once Kenyans have a stake, it's much easier and better for them to defend the vision and actually carry it through, whether there's change of government or not, whether there's political ebb or flow, but then the vision stays. Lastly, Mark, we need the vision embedded in law. There needs to be a legal framework that captures the vision and embeds it in law. Number 2, the implementation of the vision needs to be institutionalized. We can't leave it to chance. Number 3, it needs to be audited periodically so that we course correct when we are off the vision.
Not just at the tail end. Marianne.
Thank you. I think what is important, every bus needs a driver to move the bus forward. So what needs to be identified is who is the driver. Who will this committee report to? Is it Adrian? And I'm very willing to vote for Adrian to be the leader of this. Because there must be accountability. So identifying that for me, I think, is most critical. Excuse me. The other thing I want, the enablers must also be looked at in the process. It's my voice. Thank you. Oh, sorry. The enablers are very critical. Policy must support strategy and not the other way around. When we develop policies, it's in order for the strategy to work so that we can achieve the objectives. Sometimes we forget. We develop policy and then the elephants on the ground are struggling to determine where do we go. Thank you.
Foundations. Building the foundation. We need to build the foundation of this vision, and we build it right. Once the foundation has been built and the committee of experts comes up, then we sell the vision. Sell the vision to the right people. And the right people, let's not ignore our children. Let's not ignore our youth. That way, we will be able to have a continuity in whatever we do. So the foundation is very important, selling the vision is very important. Let's get influencers and know that the church is a great place of influence. Don't forget the church. Let's get to the pastors so we can get the Sunday school, and this will be established in their lives, and Kenya will move forward. Thank you very much.
Yes, a round of applause. And the president, I think, is giving you a standing ovation.
Thank you very much.
As he comes to give also his reflections.
Diana Mwanzia has asked me a very direct question. What next? And I have ideas on what next. But I would rather we agree on what next together. And I would want what next to come from us. Because having the benefit of the office that I hold and being a Kenyan, I have some ideas. But I would rather that we all agree on what next. Let me say two things so that I can suggest, if I may. Listening to everybody who has had the privilege of the mic here, I am persuaded beyond reasonable doubt that we have what it takes to design the next future for Kenya. Listening to the young people here, listening to people from the private sector, listening to the tech community, listening to the civil society teams around this table, and all the other professionals, it is clear to me that we have what it takes to think about the future, that Kenya cannot afford to drift into the future. We have to have a plan for that future. I have listened to the young man, sorry, I don't remember his name, who talked about startups, and that is the next horizon. That is the place where we'll create more jobs, the tech space. And he has even suggested that there should be some compulsory learning around technology, because that is how the future is going to look like. Maybe we may not go all the way to make it compulsory, but we provide sufficient incentives to make sure that there are more people in that space. And all the other suggestions that have been made around this forum. My suggestion is that, as I said earlier, this should not be a government project. Government should facilitate this conversation. Article 3 of the Constitution obligates each and every Kenyan individually to protect and defend the Constitution. We are discussing in this conversation how we are going to actualize some of our constitutional rights, whether it is access to health, whether it is, as has been said here very ably, whether it is access to education, the best quality education, whether it is how we are going to deliver on making sure there is no hunger, every Kenyan has something to eat, and not just something to eat. We have been told here nutrition is very good for our children. How do we make sure that that is available? All the way to every other constitutional right that has been provided for by our Constitution. How do we do that together? So my suggestion is that we put together a multi-sectoral team chosen by the different sectors. The religious sector can give us people, private sector can give us some people, knowledgeable. Civil society can suggest to us who they want. All the other sectors can suggest to us who they want in this team. Because learning from what we have done in the past, and I have been part of those processes, whether it is the constitution-making process or all the other processes, we've always done it together as Kenyans, not by government appointing people, but by citizens suggesting leaders who can lead this process into the future. So my suggestion, and it is not, it's just a suggestion, is maybe we ask different sectors to suggest people who can lead this process into the future, people they trust, people they believe in, so that they can lead us in this process. And then maybe that group of multi-sectoral committee or leaders can then give us a roadmap. If we need a body of experts to help us think through and to consolidate all our thoughts, my suggestion would be whatever it is that we do, they should not go and dictate to citizens what they think. They should go and listen to citizens, for citizens themselves to tell us how they want this to go into the future. I also agree that part of the challenge we had with Vision 2030 was that it wasn't underpinned by any law. It was a mere suggestion. And therefore, different administrations decided what to do. They were not obligated in any way to implement the national vision. So others came, reversed this, others came, tried to push that, and it wasn't coherent. If we do not have a coherent plan, then we drift. And therefore, it is important that we also agree on legislation that is going to guardrail Kenya into where we all want it to go. So that whoever is in office, whoever the president is, they cannot sabotage our collective progress, or they cannot interfere with where we want to go as a nation. It becomes the responsibility of every leader who has an opportunity to take us faster into the destination we agree as Kenyans. So that would be my suggestion on how we take this forward. I am sure there are many suggestions around this table, and we must agree, or let me request that we agree, that if my suggestion is good, I must be willing to give way to a better suggestion by somebody else. And if that somebody else's suggestion is better, they must also be willing to give up to the best suggestion so that we can all move forward together. So that would be my suggestion. Maybe other people can also have an idea of how we take this forward. Because I think one thing is a given, that we are here, it is now upon us, Article 3 of the Constitution, that we are obligated to think about how we move. And each one of us has as much obligation as I do as a citizen for us to give our input of where we want Kenya to be. I deliberately avoided in my statement 2060 or 2063 or 20. That should be also a suggestion by Kenyans. Beyond 2030, what do we want to call it? How do we want to frame that future? And we want to do it together. Finally, I want to ask those of us who are here. We have student leaders, we have religious leaders, we have business leaders, we have political leaders. We must not abscond duty. We must not run away from responsibility. I know there is a temptation. We have civil society leaders. All of us have a stake in Kenya. So sometimes people want somebody else to do. You know, but you know that somebody else could as well be yourself. So each and every one of us must take ownership, and we must not escape responsibility or run away from our obligation as leaders. And that is why I'm asking all the leaders to work together so that we can facilitate all the citizens to participate in this process. I can just say from a government standpoint that we are available to make all resources available for this process to be truly people-centered, citizen-driven, future-looking. We are ready for that. Thank you very much. Maybe just so that we can benefit from some wisdom, we have one of us, an elder in this room, Dr. Oburu Oginga. He should also...
And as he comes, we may have our seats. Asante sana.
Hi. Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, Deputy President, and all protocols observed, dear delegates. Delegates, I'm also just one of you. I'm so impressed, highly impressed by the energy of the youth. The youth has so much energy, and I'm happy that our country has a future. Because when you have such vibrant youth, then you know that this country will be in safe hands. And the development of this country to the level of Singapore. Ladies and gentlemen, my late brother used to worry the president, and he used to worry us in the party when we were drafting our own manifestos, that how can we, if at independence in 1963-64, Singapore was exactly at the same level of development as Kenya. Singapore, in terms of income per capita, in terms of the NDP, in terms of GDP, and the development growth, we were exactly at the same level. And my brother used to ask that question. What did Singapore do to rise up to a level where their incomes are now 40 times, incomes per capita are now 40 times that of Kenya? We must think as Kenyans. Where did we go wrong? And where did Singapore go right? That they achieved that level. Professor Hino, who was advisor to Raila when he was Prime Minister, has given you where Singapore is and where Kenya is. He has not told you why Kenya is there and Singapore is there. He only told you where Singapore is. And where Singapore is reachable. We can reach it if we do what Singapore did. First, we must deal with this animal called corruption. Corruption is very difficult to eliminate. It is very difficult. I've traveled all over the world, but I know it is possible to build a society which is non-tolerant to corruption. We can build a society which is completely non-tolerant to corruption. We need also to reduce government wastage. Wastage in government. We need to tighten our belts, those who are in government. Let us tighten our belts for the people, for the sake of the people of Kenya. And let us make sure that our young population is educated. Education is the only equalizer. And there is no shortcut to education. You have to educate young people who are trained in technical subjects so that you can attract investment. Government can only do infrastructure. Government cannot do development. Development is for the private sector. Government can only participate a little here and there. But for you to attract the private sector, you need to educate the young people. You are not going to import labor from elsewhere. The labor must come from us here. We have to get employment, and the employment is creatable. We can create it only if we educate our young people, and we also need to invest in research. People are talking about development, but they don't think that industry needs innovation. And industry cannot invest in innovation because it is too expensive. In every development plan, government should invest and support universities so that universities develop their capacities to do research, and research which is related to the industries, so that the industries can be innovative and therefore we become competitive in the international market. Kenya must be competitive. The world is moving so fast, and you cannot sleep and think that you only want to feed your people. Feeding your people is a responsibility of the government, making sure that people are fed. But the government will not do your farming for you. Government can only make your fertilizer cheaper. But farming must be done by us. Government must facilitate. For those who have lived as long as I have, I don't know how many of them here, they don't know how difficult it is to gather like this. We tried it when we were struggling for the Constitution, and we gathered for a national dialogue in Bomas in the 90s. And we were caned, we were beaten up by police. Some people ended up in jail for fighting for that Constitution because the government did not like it. When the second Bomas came under President Kibaki, the government was very supportive of the process. The government supported the process. But during the end, when the government realized that some of the ideas which are coming out of national dialogue is not favorable, the government decided to scuttle it. And therefore, that national dialogue came up to nothing. That Bomas draft is still there, lying in the shelves, and it was produced by Kenyans. So when you have a supportive president who has paid, who is ready to pay for this forum to continue, those of our colleagues who are missing here are missing an opportunity. And an opportunity comes only but once, it never comes again. If you miss it, you will never find it again. Because you will not find another President Ruto. Maybe another president comes with some other ideas and we will not like the ideas. I like the experts here. They are very good. They are very, very good. But you can be so good if you don't have a supportive president. You can have good ideas, but they will lie in the shelves for good. So take this opportunity and make your ideas catapult into fruition, and let us make sure that this forum comes out with a good vision which will guide Kenya up to 2060. 2060. Some of us will not be there. But we are so happy that Kenyans are thinking about it, and I'm so happy. Thank you very much. And I want to thank you. Power is there, and power is supporting you. Asante sana.
Thank
Asante
you.
sana. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
A round of applause for Powerman. Thank you very much, Mzee. Thank you very much. I think by way of winding up, I want one governor to speak on behalf of the governors who are here to tell us what are their thoughts on how do we take this process forward. Also, to a representative from the National Assembly and Senate, for them to give us suggestions on how they think this should go forward so that we can agree. I think they have done a lot of listening, and I think it is time for them also to give us suggestions on whether we need a legal framework to establish and to facilitate this process, or whether we need, and whether if we go to Parliament, they will allocate the resources to facilitate this national conversation. I also have listened to the young people. Already, they have worked on a platform, the Hackathon 100. And they have said they will use that platform to collect and to process suggestions from young people and on the digital space. I would suggest that we facilitate that process so that we can collate and collect those views in that manner. Do we have a member of parliament who wants to, or a governor who wants to make a suggestion? The Council of Governors Chair, my good brother, please take the floor.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, all protocols observed. Your Excellency, I think in my mother tongue, we usually say, or in our setting, don't speak because you've not spoken if there is nothing additional to say. I've heard everyone here. I've seen all the energy. I was conversing with Dr. Ndi there, that the first person to have thanked God for giving us the opportunity to be here and to have this conversation was the young girl. And that tells you how smart our kids are. I just want to assure you, Your Excellency, as the Council of Governors, we have bought into this idea. It is timely. I think it is not wise for our politicians to suggest that we postpone this just because we'll have elections next year. Government is there in perpetuity, and as a responsible president who's facing an election, you did the right thing to take note of the fact that the vision that we've had is expiring in less than how many years? 3 years from now, and that you have set the process for replacing it. Your Excellency, we have so much going right for Kenya. And we have seen what Professor Hino also presented, that we've come a long way in implementing the vision that we had. But I want to tell Kenyans to understand that the tone at the top, having the right people in the right places, will also determine whether whatever vision we craft will see the light of day. There are countries, even in the developed world, that have gotten their governance so wrong, their politics so wrong. They have had 7 prime ministers in 5 years, and they are declining. If we don't get governance right, if we don't get politics right, we will not have the right tone at the top, and whatever we're doing here will not be properly implemented. So much as we've been reminded that we're facing elections in 1 year, the Kenyans who are going to elect a president and are going to elect governors, and I will not be one of those governors because I'm already serving my 2nd term, are seated here and are watching. The decisions that you make will determine whether whatever we are crafting here will actually be implemented in the manner that we've seen visions implemented. Your Excellency, as we now cascade this down to the counties, on behalf of the Council of Governors, we want to assure you that we will support it, that the concern by one of the ladies in the panel here, that the contributions and the views will be inclusive. Everyone representing every sector, every part of the community will have an opportunity to contribute. Last but not least, Your Excellency, this is the first vision that's been implemented under the new constitution while counties are in existence and are functional and operational. We have seen what standardization of thought and standardization of implementation can do to equalize this country. Today, affordable housing is happening in Mandera, it's happening in Nairobi, it's happening in Bungoma, it's happening everywhere. This vision that we're crafting now not ought to be one of 2 Kenyas, the Kenya with potential and the Kenya without. It ought to be one for all of Kenya. Professor Hino was sitting next to me, told me how when he went to Turkana, they were asking him, as you came here, have you come through Kenya? Right? They knew he was from Japan, but to find out whether he's been through Nairobi, walikuwa wanamuuliza ulipitia Kenya. That story is now gone. We are all in Kenya. Whether you are at the Mandera border or at Raskamboni border with, in Lamu, or you are in the border to Tanzania, at the border at the Tanzania border. We have one country, Your Excellency, under your leadership. We are seeing development across the whole of Kenya, and Vision 2063 will help us move faster to attain equality and inclusivity. God bless you all. Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay. Can we have somebody from Parliament, representing Parliament, to come and say something? Please give him the mic. Please, if you can, speak to how do we make this an exercise in public participation as is envisaged by the Constitution.
Thank you, Your Excellency. And Your Excellency, in fact, with the consent of the leader of majority in the Senate, he was telling me that actually what we are doing here today is what Parliament should be doing. We have today constituted ourselves as a People's Constituent Assembly to start that journey of even anchoring this process into law, as you say. And I want to say that we support. And indeed, Your Excellency, you remember on Monday in our meeting in Naivasha, I did suggest that probably it's time that when we have a national vision like this, we not only anchor it in law, but we also find a way where within the governance structures of our political parties, we ensure that even at a time as this, when we are looking at elections and we're looking at people crafting their election manifestos, that all political parties and elective leaders who are looking for elective positions speak to that greater national vision so that we hold you to account when you get elected as to what you are doing within your manifesto in actualizing that dream, that greater dream of the Kenyan nation. Your Excellency, Senate Majority Leader is telling me that I should say that since we craft laws or we have legislative proposals that we draft into bills and then take those bills back to the people for public participation, what we've actually done today is begun with public participation. And we must look at a way where from this process, we then culminate in a legislative proposal in terms of a bill that will now anchor this process of a national vision into law so that we obligate all future leaders to the time we are 100 years as a nation and beyond in law and make sure that nobody ever gets us, takes us backward in terms of what we want to aspire to get to as a nation. Lastly, Your Excellency, in the interest of time, Mheshimiwa Esther Pasaris, the county women rep for Nairobi, reminds me and told me I must say this if I get that opportunity, and she doesn't get, that when Singapore aspired to be what it is today, they had a consideration on their population growth and family planning. And she tells me and reminds me that President Mwai Kibaki, in around 2008 when we were doing Vision 2030, did speak to us on the need to look at our population growth and how we plan for that population growth. Your Excellency, is food for thought, because you've also told us that by the year, you say 2050, a quarter of the population, world population, will be in Africa. Population is both a resource, but can also be a burden to a nation's economy. And therefore, there must be a very good balance between the rate at which our population grows and the rate at which we grow our economy. And those are the challenges that we must think about as we continue in this conversation. Your Excellency, let me give you the assurance of both houses of parliament that we shall do all that it takes. And indeed, Your Excellency, wanted to suggest that probably, because parliament work through committees, I do not know whether through this forum, we could also constitute committees that will go out, probably one to sit in Nairobi and another that goes around the country, collecting and collating the views of Kenyans so that every part of our country feels that they are part and parcel of this process. As Mugo Kibati told us, being the first CEO of the Vision 2030, there's probably something we didn't get right when we started this process of Vision 2030. We never really involved the people, and we left it to be a process that was largely seen to be a process of bureaucrats in government, and probably that is why many Kenyans never hold successive administrations after the Kibaki administration on what we are doing towards the realization of Vision 2030. The other thing Mugo told us is that we never anchored this process into law, and that's why Your Excellency agreed with what you said. It is time that we anchor this process into law. With those many remarks, Your Excellency, wacha nikomee hapo na sote tuendelee na mazungumzo.
Okay. Can I, let me get representations from three final ones. A member of the civil society, what suggestion do you have for us in terms of taking this process forward? Do we set up a multi-sectoral committee? Do we set up a task force? Do we do it in law, or how do we do it? Can I have somebody from civil society to give us a suggestion? Daisy? Then maybe somebody from the religious community will give us their suggestion, and then finally get somebody from the private sector to give us their suggestion.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I want to agree with those who have said that it needs to be anchored in law. For sure, the vision has to exist beyond any political formation, any political leader. And so we are happy to hear the majority leader say that Parliament will make the necessary legislation. But in terms of participation, I think having an initial multi-sectoral forum would do well so that you are able to involve as many different sectors, because the gentleman here has asked me to insist and say that even minority communities must be included. We may talk about communities, but within those communities, we have other communities whose voices need to be heard. And so I think that to structure it, we do need to have a multi-sectoral engagement with the different players. Even when you talk about civil society, it is very wide. We have women's rights organizations, human rights defenders, and a host of them all. And so moving forward, I hope that we can have a framework that guarantees that every voice, at least representatives from the different voices, will be heard. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Somebody from faith-based to give us suggestion on how they think this should go forward. Okay, we have a bishop there. Maybe you can let us know your name.
My name is Kanga from the National Council of Churches of Kenya. And we have nothing to add or nothing to subtract. But as Nate has said, we have an all-round task force to put everything together, and then we put in action. Simple. The vision is there. The vision is documented. The vision is be sold to people. The people have to buy it. We give it time, and then be accomplished before 2030 as we move on. It will be illogical to know that we have today and you don't think about tomorrow. You have tomorrow, you don't think about a day after tomorrow. If you do that, that's illogical. We have the vision, have an all-round task force to do the needful, collect information, sell it to the people, come back again, and then get running. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Somebody from the private sector? Yes.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. I'm Dr. Ruto Eric, the President of the Kenya National Chambers of Commerce and Industry. We're very happy with this vision because, Your Excellency, if you look at Vision 2030, on the political wing, I think we scored 100%, if not beyond. In terms of the social aspects, we most likely scored 80%. But when it comes to the economic side, Your Excellency, I think that is where we are not doing very well. That for us in the private sector, when you tell us that we want to go to Singapore, I was seated there and I was thinking, I should be very proud as a Singaporean that Kenya today is at standstill and we want to go to Singapore. Us in the private sector, when you tell us that our turnover should increase 40, 50 times. We want to do business where there is wealth. And Your Excellency, we are 100% in support as the Kenya National Chambers of Commerce that we represent all sizes of businesses from across the country, as far as Mandera, as far as Lamu. I was there 2 weeks ago, that we welcome your idea that this become a citizen-driven and multi-stakeholder-driven, and with the private sector, we want to assure Kenyans and Your Excellency that we will be in support and we will be in each and every village in this country so that we can collect their views and bring it here so that we can be able to see that Kenya. When you talk about 2063, as in the private sector, we are seeing that it is too far. Because when we wake up in the morning every day, we want to be wealthy. And that wealth that you want to create for us, we want to see it even if it's possible. We are impatient. We should see it in 2030. So that 2030 we can start another agenda of 2100. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Today is the International Youth Day, and we have huge representation of young people in our midst. Can I get one young person to come to the stage? And there is a lady already there, yeah? Allow the lady in maroon to give us an idea as to how do we take this forward in your context. Apart from hackathon, how else do you want us to take this forward? Na kabla hujasema, utatueleza bag ni ya nini?
Thank you so much, Mr. President. They do say, power is done what? Is grabbed. Sindio? So I came for my chance. My name is Ruth Kemto Ziko. I come from Bomecho University. I'm the school president. Nilinua mkono huko sana lakini hawakunipea. So nimeamua kuikujia mwenyewe. So Mr. President, before maybe I give on the way forward, I had some good agendas that I wanted to give on this vision beyond 2030. 2030 is for the youths, is for the children that were here. So whatever that the parliament, the people sitting here will be doing is for us. It's for the coming generation. So give us the voice. Give us time, we give you our grievances. Number one, let's talk about, you are talking about Singapore. Singapore sahi haina deni. So as we think on going to beyond 2030, let's think on how can we get away with all the debts that Kenya is having for any country. Number two, I'm talking about constitutional implementation. Women, we are the majority in Kenya, right? Why can't we implement the constitution to have the president, if it's a man, let the deputy be a lady, right? And lastly, being honest, Mr. President, employment is what the youths want. But not every youth will be employed because sisi ni wengi na sisi wote tumesoma. But because unemployment is an issue to us, why don't you bring up the policies that will give funds to innovators, fund talents, fund support different people, give them money like the Nyota for self-employment. And for that, Mr. President, bring Nyota to universities and colleges. We are innovators too. And lastly, it's about the help, scholarship, and funding in different universities and TVETs. As we think of beyond 2030, let's make education free for every Kenyan child, from primary, secondary to high school. Let no child cry because eti akwenda university juu akwa na pesa, sindio? Make it free. And lastly, me being a teacher of special needs education, as that young man said, factor in these special needs people. They are being left behind in our society. For the first time, with the government, bring them in. Otherwise, Mr. President, you are doing a good job. For all the president when tumejua hapa nyuma before tuzaliwe na wengine wamekuwa uko number 1 for now. And kwa yote, you called me to give on what the way forward.
Yes.
One of the way forward, include these university students in that. Bring research everywhere. If it's each county has a university. And Mr. President, if there is a county that has no university, in this vision beyond 2030, include every county to have a university so that it can factor in every learner. So for that, include the university students, the college students, and the high school and primary students. I've seen one here. She's very clever than me, in fact. So let's have their views because they are very educated. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. I think that wraps up. She has said very fundamentally that education must be free. And I agree with her 100%. And that speaks to our members of parliament. You know, we have sent to parliament the tertiary education placement and funding bill. Tertiary education funding, placement and funding bill. We want that bill as soon as possible to get out of parliament so that we can implement a program that every child that is placed in a learning institution, in a TVET, in a Kenya Medical Training College, or in a university, all of them get funding for their education without exception. And that learning and education is not pegged on the ability of the parent. It is pegged on the intellectual capacity of every student. You do the course for which you are suited and you have applied for. And government of Kenya must make sure that funding is available. That is already in the works. And you have told us we should include young people, we should include universities in this process, and therefore I think we are set. Thank you very much. Hand it over to the people running the program.
All right, and at this point I'd like to say let us all just give a warm clap to ourselves, appreciating the fact that when history is written, your name will be written as one of those who sat through the process that changed the trajectory of this country. Another loud clap for yourselves, please. Your Excellency, with your permission, that brings us to the end of this session. I request that we all be upstanding. We shall finish with the national anthem as our prayer, which we all know, so let us have the national anthem as our closing prayer. The anthem.